get to the recording. I just wanted to make sure we had taken care of all the sound checks prior to the official, but I'll let you, whenever you're ready to start, we can start recording and we'll move forward.
I think, let's go.
All right. So welcome to the second day of Preschool Promise Review Committee meetings. I'm going to do a roll call of committee members. This is Gwen Baxel, the Early Learning Division, and then we will start with the agenda and move on forward. So for the official roll call, Sarah Bartlett.
Present.
Vicky did his thing, so he's good.
Renee Brandon.
Present.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Present.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
Present.
Selena Otherpool. Carissa Palmer. She's just arriving, so maybe I'll come back to her now. Hadia Miller. Jill Ramirez.
Present.
Bobby Weber.
Present.
And Carissa Palmer, are you with us now?
Yes, I am present.
Hi, Carissa. And I just saw Hadia coming online, so let's give her a minute maybe to get her.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Hadia, welcome. All right.
Oh,
Bobby,
great. Thank you again, everybody, for this huge commitment. And I know with your complicated lives that this is a big deal to carve out this time, so thank you. The first thing, our agenda, just reviewing, it's going to be public testimony, a review of our conflict of interest, and then we're going to get to work, picking up. We're continuing, I think might be the better word, what we did. So, Gwen, did we receive any public testimony?
Yes, and I'll let Angela Stinson, ELD staff member, review those with the committee.
Sure. So we did receive two pieces of public testimony. They're both regarding perceived errors in yesterday's discussion around the Blue Mountain Hub. The first is from Robert Klang, and it said that EOUHS did 2 Preschool Promise applications. One was for 83 slots and 3 centers for mixed delivery classrooms, OHS and PP funds in Union County. This application was submitted under the BMELH. A second application for 35 Preschool Promise slots to provide mixed delivery with 45 OPK Head Start duration or HS duration slots in Baker Center was filed under Eastern Oregon Community-Based Services Hub. When reviewing the documents today, I did not see the EOCBS Hub results, so I could not tell if EOUHS is also listed there. So that was Robert. And then the second public comment that we have is from Cade Burnett. And it says the Intermountain ESD application includes 90 slots rather than 75 per our budget proposal through Umatilla, Morrow, and Union counties. That does in fact include the slots for CTUIR, Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, in partnership, as was discussed in the discussion of tribal slots. And then I know that we had responded to those emails, but I'll let Gwen address that.
Yeah, Bobby, I just, for a point of kind of process here, the ELD did look into all of the information as presented in the public testimony, and so I'm not sure if the committee would want us to respond to that now or respond when we address those 2 hub regions later in the afternoon.
So, okay, my instinct would be to not deal with the same information twice, so that we should do it, but it raises the question, and when we will do Blue Mountain.
Mhm.
And so maybe we can address that. Dana, what was your thought? And we got a question from Cade about when we would do Blue Mountain. And so maybe now we can just get clear where we're scheduled to start with early learning Multnomah, but will we do Blue Mountain before that, or are you fitting it in somewhere else in the day?
Yeah, so this is Dana. Good morning. To go ahead and be in line with the agenda, we added Multnomah at the end of the day after we do Eastern Oregon, just because some members of the public may already be tasked with doing that. Did we have a change schedule, Juan?
No, I think I'm sorry, Dana, you have early learning Multnomah pulled up here, so I think you're reading it and seeing it. So you said Multnomah at the end of the day instead of Blue Mountain at the end of the day. So
Blue Mountain at the end of the day after Eastern Oregon, but to be responsive to the members of the public, we're going to stick to the agenda. Start with Multnomah, Clackamas, Washington, Northwest, Eastern Oregon, Blue Mountain at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, then, Gwen, it seems like it's time for us to do our conflict of interest review.
Yes, Dana,
right?
are you able to switch back? Yep. Oh, yep. Would you like me to read through this again, Bobby?
I think it would be enough to just summarize the difference between potential and actual, because we're the same people. and so, but it's hard to always remember which is potential and what is it I do and what's actual and what do I do. So if you could cover those.
Okay, so summarizing these, they're only a couple sentences each, so I'll do my best. But, no, that's fine. I don't want to miss any important pieces, so now I'm on the side. Let's see. Nope, that's okay. So, potential conflict of interest is when a public official participates in actions that could affect the financial interests of the official, the other official's relatives, or a business with which the official relative of the official business is associated. So it's, and then the actual conflict of interest is when a public official participates in actions that would affect the financial interests of the official's relative, or a business kind of directly. So there's one is a potential where, it could potentially impact financial benefit to the public official, and the other one is where there is a direct kind of connection. So that would be my summary.
And in the first case, you participate, and in the second case,
what was that?
In the first case, you participate in the discussion, and in this, when it's actual, you just kind of drop out for that part of the discussion. Correct?
Yep. Independent reviewers can participate in the discussion, but if you have an actual conflict of interest, then you will may not participate in the matters around the entity that you have that conflict with.
Okay. So now, are you going to take us each, give us each a chance to say if we have potential or actual?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And just to remind the review committee that if throughout the day, we'll do this now and go through each of your names and see if you have a potential or actual conflict of interest with any of the entities that we will be reviewing today. But at any time during the day, if you perceive that you might have a partial or an actual conflict of interest, please, make that noted, and so that we can get that documented, because sometimes the entities that we'll be reviewing, you might not recognize the name or the business, and so we just want to make sure that you have that option throughout the day as well. Let's see, I'm trying to think. And then if there is a actual or partial conflict of interest that's indicated this morning, then the early learning division staff will be following up and sending the document. It's an electronic form that needs to be filled out, and that we'll be collecting as part of the official record as well. So for potential or actual conflict of interest, Sarah Bartlett.
Can you pull up the agenda one more time?
Yes.
Pretty please.
Great.
I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Sarah. Renee Brandon.
No conflicts.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
No conflict.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
No conflict.
Carissa Palmer.
No direct conflict. I'm noticing PPS. And although I do not work for them directly, I've partnered with them on different projects. So I don't know if that counts. Nope.
Thank you for
May I
noting.
ask
Do you
a
feel that it?
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did somebody have a question?
No, I was going to say if we wanted to reread the potential conflict of interest, we put it back up. If you wanted to review that and make the determination if it's a potential conflict of interest or just making the public aware that you have an association.
Yeah, I think it's more so an awareness of association, but I don't think it's a potential or actual conflict.
Thank you very much, Carissa.
You're welcome.
Dia Miller.
I have a possible one with Raise the Village, Leslie Barnes. Her and I are on a committee, Black Child Development Committee. So I just want people to know that. So I probably won't be voting or on that one. Or I won't
Okay.
be.
Thank you, Hadia. Jill Ramirez.
No conflict.
And Bobby Weber.
No conflict.
This is Danielle. I'd just like to note an association. My husband is an administrator for Portland Public Schools.
Thank you, Danielle.
So just, because I never feel comfortable that I understand conflicts of interest. So in this case, administrator, pretty far removed from a grant, but what will that mean? How do you apply that to, does that mean that anything that involves the Portland Public Schools would be a potential conflict of interest or I don't know how to, I hear this, I've worked my way through this so many times, and when it comes to apply it, it all gets a little fuzzy to me.
Yeah. So what I heard from Danielle is that there's an association there that her husband works at Portland Public Schools as an administrator. So I think the decision that Danielle was kind of, and Danielle, I don't want to put this in your mind, but some administrators, if there was funding received by their agency, might have a financial benefit, right? A potential like a nonprofit director, administrator, or it depends on the entity itself. But in some organizations, receiving funding doesn't impact the financial, benefit. It's not necessarily a financial benefit to that individual. It's just part of the organization's work, but it doesn't necessarily impact them financially or their relatives. So I think that would be sort of, so I think, Danielle, I appreciate you informing us of the association, but it's, only the committee members understand the impact or potential impact of the funding decisions and whether it's a potential or actual. So that would be my response, Bobby. Yeah.
And to add to that, I realized as I was saying it, is that actually my husband's cousin is the director of early learning for Portland Public Schools. So both of those connections, I probably should recuse myself. And not that they would have any financial benefit, but they are, you know, deeply involved in the programming. So I can have the conversation, but I probably should not vote.
And I'd like to, just for clarification, the P through K advisory for PPS, I am on that committee. So I don't know if that changes my association at all.
And is that Carissa? Or
Yes, it is.
Carissa? So Carissa, can you state that again, that you're on it's for Portland Public Schools?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say?
Yeah, P through P through 3 advisory committee through PBS.
And are you wanting to state that it's sort of just sort of an association for the public to know, or do you think that you want that recorded as a potential conflict of interest?
I think it would be a potential.
Okay. Great. So Bobby, I just want to make sure that I've got this documented correctly. So I have Danielle Pacifica-Kogan as a potential conflict of interest with Portland Public Schools, Teresa Palmer as a potential conflict of interest with Portland Public Schools, and Hadia Miller with a potential conflict of interest with Amazing Minds. Did I get that right?
No, it's Raise the Village.
Raise the Village, sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you. My mind went somehow out. Okay, thank you.
My question would be, for the 3 of you who are you comfortable that you know what to do as we move through this, or do you want to ask Gwen any questions before we move on?
From my understanding, we're not to be, or I would not be a part of the ranking. Is that correct, or the vote?
Individuals with a potential conflict of interest may participate in the review process after declaring the potential conflict. The disclosure must be stated publicly at the meeting and recorded. Independent reviewers may attest by written declaration. It doesn't say that. It says that once it's declared that you are able to participate in the process. It's when there's an actual conflict of interest that that they may, that's where, you know, for the actual, that it says anyone who declares an actual conflict of interest may not participate. So
okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
And the review process includes the voting. So I think, unless there's any disagreement with that.
Thanks, Gwen. I just find this confusing every time, and so I wanted to be sure everybody was completely the people who have to feel completely comfortable in knowing how to proceed. So it sounds like like we're there. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
And I think that, you know, because you're voting, the review committee is sort of the votes, the motion, the votes are on kind of that whole package for that hub region. And so it's, you know, and I think each of the members who identified a potential conflict of interest indicated that they might not be a part of the discussions around a particular provider, but there are many providers in the Multnomah region. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to participate actively in the other, you know, in conversations about the other providers and on the motion and the vote.
All right. So Dana, I think it's time that we turn the agenda to you now.
Alrighty, thank you. Well, we're going to go ahead and move forward here with the agenda. Welcome, everybody. For those members of the public that are joining, we're just going to go ahead and do a quick little overview before we go ahead and get started with our work sessions and go into each hub individually. So what is Preschool Promise? So Preschool Promise is a high quality publicly funded program. We serve families who are at or below the 200% poverty level. So currently with this meeting is that we are ranking and looking for providers who can be Preschool Promise provider for the next program year, which is 2020-2021, for children to go ahead and start in September. With this expansion, we are looking to go ahead and expand services across the state to up to 3,865 children. These are children between the ages of 3 and 4 who are not kindergarten age eligible. We currently serve Preschool Promise in 9 of our hub regions, currently serving 1,333 children. So we're looking for an expansion to go ahead and go across the state. As it relates to this process right now, we are currently down here. We are, take a look here. We're right here where we have done all of the applications that have been received, have been reviewed by 2 reviewers. Everything was reviewed in the language that the application was submitted. So we are currently at this point when we are open to the public and just having these public meetings where a review committee are going to go ahead and use their knowledge, expertise, and wisdom here to go ahead and rank the providers that we have in each of the hub regions. So we're going to be doing, we have today's meeting and 1 more tomorrow. And then after that, ELD staff members are going to go ahead and prepare a packet and a summary of all the rankings and all the information that will then be presented to our ELD director to go ahead and make final recommendations for award. As we're doing this process internally, the ELD is also doing some compliance checks on all of the applicants, just in regards to licensing requirements and all of that. So just for the members of the public to know in the committee, to know is right now we're ranking everything on the applications, and then internally there is a compliance check being done through the Office of Child Care and just aligning that. So all of these different materials will be presented to our ELD director to go ahead and make final award decisions. Our goal is to go ahead and make final, that we will be announcing those final award decisions by June 5th. And there is an appeal process, which is going to take place on June the 19th. Review committee members are not part of that appeal process. That will be handled directly with the ELD, all in hopes to go ahead and have grants executed by July 1st. So we can go ahead and get the applicants up and running so children can go ahead and start preschool services in September. So this is kind of a quick overview as we just move forward with this process. Take a look here. Some of the tools that we will be using during this work session is that we are using the early care and education sector plans that were developed by each of our early learning hubs within the past month. So this details information about priorities within the hub region, parents' choice, regional prioritization. Is really just giving us an added glance picture of each of these hub regions and their priority. Our hubs did a tremendous amount of work in talking to their committees, talking to parents, and gathering data. Do want to make it clear to the public, we're only reviewing the at-a glance document. The actual sector plans, they're a pretty big, 30, 40 page booklet for each of the hubs, but we are just really focusing on the at a glance for this purposes of this meeting. We also have access to the application and independent reviewer scores for transparency purposes. That is a tool that we will be using here. So should any of the review committee members want to go ahead and pull up an application and just dig a little bit deeper in some of the applications, we do have access to do that, and that has been made available to the public. We also have a GIS map, which this maps allows us to go ahead and see how close or how far each of the sites are going to be located within each of the hub regions. And then what we will do is that we have developed some summaries of the requests. You know, our application packet was pretty big. Applicants put a lot of work into that. So for the purposes of this meeting is that we have developed small summaries that bring a lot of key elements from the application for a review committee to review. So with that, one thing, we are highly committed to our mixed delivery model with Preschool Promise. We had several different eligible applicants to go ahead and apply. So we have, for the purposes of this meeting, and to really be into with parent choice, sector plan alignment, and equitable opportunities of potential funding, we have separated all the eligible applicants into 3 different groups. Group number 1 is home-based providers, and that contains all of the applicants who identify themselves as a registered family or certified family. Group number 2 is our center-based providers. Those are typically small center-based entities, cultural-specific organizations, or community-based organizations. And then we have group 3, which is which includes school district, education service district, charter schools, early learning hubs, federal Head Start, and relief nurseries. So these are the 3 groups. So we are coming to a point where we're going to be taking a look at our hubs with a lot more expansion. So separating them in groups is definitely going to go ahead and make the process here a little bit easier. The expectation, or as we dive into our work sessions, really what we're looking for our committee is to review the information, have a discussion, rank, and a vote. You're just ranking on, on those applicants within that each of those groups. We're not discussing slots, we're not discussing funding. It's really just going off of the information that we were able to gather from the application, and use your knowledge and expertise to go ahead and rank each applicant. So that's a quick summary for what Preschool Promise and what we're about to embark on. We'll go ahead and be taking a couple breaks in between each of the hubs. So Bobby, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you just briefly to discuss, share a statement as maybe for the public to know before we go ahead and start into the work here.
Okay. So in preparatory work that the committee did together, we created a shared statement of our values. So we were selected to bring very different perspectives to this work, and that became, and so as that became more concrete as we talked about how to do this work, we then developed a set of statements that we share and that we are going to rely on to guide our work. And you can see them, that we believe the differences in experience, knowledge, and expertise within our group makes the committee stronger and more valuable. So our differences we see as a strength, that there's an opportunity for improvement of the application process, and that we will focus on equity while participating. Equity is something that is foundational and shared. Trust that the sector plans provided were created with due diligence to accurately reflect the priorities of different populations and are useful tools to guide our decision making. And then the last one is the committee. We're committed to ensuring children who experience the greatest barriers to accessing high quality early learning opportunities are at the center of guiding the process of prioritizing applications.
Awesome. Thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move into our work sessions now. So just bear with me while we move from one document to another.
And Dana, did we ever get access to the applications and independent review scores?
Yes, Kelly, and we've been having some opportunities. I think, and I apologize, I've been sending you my link to access it, which gives the access to edit and do that. That's why it hasn't been working for you all. But my understanding is that Kelly sent out an email, or Kelly, can we add it to the chat box? Because that is one thing that you guys are welcome to do as I go through this, is that you can pull out certain applications. So Kelly, can we add that link, please?
Yes, let me get it pulled up and I will put that in there.
Awesome. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Early Learning Multnomah. So they cover Multnomah County. So just a quick overview for the public. For those of you listening, once again, the order that we're going to be going over this, all the different hubs. So we're going to start with Multnomah. Then we'll move into Clackamas Early Learning Hub, Washington County, Northwest Early Learning Hub, Eastern Oregon, and then Blue Mountain. That's where we're going to end our day. What you'll see here in this summary request is a quick hub summary. So in here, this is a current Preschool Promise hub. So we do currently offer Preschool Promise in this area. We currently have 214 Preschool Promise slots in this area. We're looking for an expansion, so an add-on of between 300 and 400 slots. So we are hoping to go ahead and increase the number of slots between 514 to 614. As we can see here from the slots requested, we have 1,067 slots requested. So definitely a lot more than we have available there. So we have lots of applicants really excited and interested in becoming a Preschool Promise provider. I have separated the data into three different groups. As I mentioned, we're going to go ahead and start with our certified child care centers, which is group 1, and that also includes community-based organizations and culturally specific organizations. This is what they identify themselves. Here's
Dana,
some.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. Can you just expand it a little bit?
Yes.
Maximize it a little bit. Thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Let me know if that's good. Is that good? Yes. Thumbs up. Yes. Okay. So what we have here, we have a lot of applicants in Multnomah County. So if we scroll down, you can see lots of applicants. So just for the purpose of this work group, we're going to go ahead and just focus on group number 1 and just do one group at a time, and just have you do your rankings. When you're looking at this data here, it's giving us information. Here is the application ID. So for those of you that can go ahead and access the application, go ahead and reference that ID number to go ahead and open up the application for that specific applicant. We have the applicant name. We are able to tell like who's a current provider and who's not, whether they're offering transportation, the number of sites, and the number of slots requested. For those current providers, this is the little key that we're using. If it's just a solid black, they're not a current provider. If it's purple, then it's 275. In this hub region, we don't have any hubs applying to as a provider. So just focus on the purple. What this tells you is that it's like what was their maximum amount of points. All current providers receive an additional 50 points. So for example, this one, they scored 253 out of 275 maximum points. For the ECE sector plan, there were very specific questions about the sector plan in the Preschool Promise application. So this is their average score on the sector plan. So in this case, this applicant ended up with a 5 out of 5 score for the ECE sector plan alignment. So as we can see, I'm not going to be able to go through all of the scores individually, so I just be providing a summary here. So we have a total of 14 applicants in this group. It looks like about 6 are offering transportation. We do have some sites that are, or some applicants that are wanting to go ahead and expand their services into 3 different sites. You can have 1 applicant in different sites. For those entities that may only have 1 site, but it looks like their amount, their number of slot requested is higher. Normally they split it into different classrooms. We do have, so like I said, the first ones, I was able to go ahead and filter the information by highest average score and then highest ECE sector plan alignment. So this is what you have with this 14 applicants. So I think we can go ahead and, Bobby, this is a big workbook. So just putting that out there. Do we want to take a pause here? Do you want me to go into each of the groups, or do we move into the sector plan? What would you like?
I don't think well, my mind won't work very well trying to do all 3 at the same time. So I don't know. People can nod. I would prefer to deal with the centers and then the home-based and then the organizations. But we do need to see the sector plan, it seems.
Yep. Let me, at this point, and I think what we will do, and you know, this is where we get into the larger hubs. I think we'll probably switch it a little bit, maybe start with a sector plan on the other ones, and that way you have all the information and we can move. So we'll go ahead and give it a try, see how it works. So this is the sector plan for Multnomah County. Lots of great work in that county region. So they have several several prior populations. Apologies on that there. So they, one of their prior populations is children ages 0 to 5 from communities that have been and continue to be marginalized because of their race or their immigrant or refugee experience. The geographic areas that they're focusing for this prior population are those in East Portland, Gresham and Troutdale, North and Northeast Portland. Some of the family preferences for this prior population is, you know, safe and joy-filled spaces, educational environments, teachers who support school success, and teachers from our communities. So teachers who partner with parents in a respectful way and skillfully support children. Then we have our second prior population, which is households with children 0 to 5 and with incomes at or below the self-sufficiency standard for Multnomah County. Their geographic region for this specific prior population, once again, is the same East Portland, Gresham and Troutdale, North and Northeast Portland. And some of the family feedback that was received by that hub is just various settings, so variety of pre-K settings that meet family needs who need a full day, part day, 2-generation, extended day type of environments, qualified teachers, culturally specific and culturally relevant settings. And I'm just giving a quick summary on those family preferences there. And then the third prior population for Multnomah County is children ages 0 to 5 with developmental delays or disabilities from communities that have been and continue to be marginalized because of their race or their immigrant or refugee status. and this is not available at this time. So some of the family preferences is no expulsion. So it says a current theme from parent meetings is the negative impact of disproportionate discipline, expulsion, or other forms of push out in ECE and school settings. Safe and joyful spaces, educational environments, and teachers from our communities. So teachers who partner with parents in a respectful way and support children. So any questions on Multnomah sector plan? Alrighty. So we'll go ahead and we'll go back to our workbook. So we can go ahead and start the dialogue here. Go ahead.
Should we look at the map, do you think, or is it going to be just confusing to try and see the map?
I was wondering, Tina, I was wondering if you could go back to the sector plan for just a second. What I can do is I can write down just quickly. I was trying to drop them down. Some of their, so East Portland, Gresham, Troutdale, North and Northeast Portland. Okay, so all of sort of the Northeast Portland area with Troutdale and Gresham included in there. Okay, so just wanted to make sure we didn't miss any communities.
Yeah. So we have, once again, when we're looking at this map, just go ahead and keep focus on this fluorescent blue light here. And then this is where, so we have a lot of applicants from Gresham, lots of Portland in there. So we can go ahead and zoom in here. And as you can see, they're all spread around. In Gresham, it looks like we have the village childcare, 18 slots there. Just as a disclaimer, the map was put together using the site address. So just kind of, putting that out there. Maybe sometimes when you go ahead and tie it to the workbook, it may be a little bit hard, but I think the purpose of the map is just to go ahead and see how, is the area that this hub is prioritizing, do we have providers within that area? So we have several different ones here. We have this one that is, that one I will say is from the other hub. So we have several different ones here. So as you can see, lots. I'll go ahead and zoom in on this big circle because sometimes it shows us that it's like an overlap, but they're not. They're actually still
Renee has a question.
Go ahead, Renee.
Dana, could you clarify? So when you were saying just now that to remember that the dots represent the site address, do you mean the mailing address of the applicant versus the actual brick and mortar site that the early learning program would be delivered from?
Well, on the map is actually the actual site where the children will be placed. Not the actual, so I think like yesterday when we were looking at Hood River, we're like, wait, like that's not, we didn't see anybody in, I don't know, the Dells, right? But it's like, that's because we were using so this one is the actual site, how they're going to be spread out.
Thank you.
And Dana, the size of the dot is actually one site, and it indicates I just want to make sure that it's the number of slots requested. So if you click on that large dot, that should be one provider with, let's see, where are we not seeing?
90?
So that's 90. So you can see the size of the dot indicates sort of, is that a large center, a lot of slots. So some of the smaller dots are going to be some of our smaller, probably in-home or small centers that have applied.
I have a question. So even, and Renee, maybe you could help on this because it's an early learning sector plan. So these targeted populations, racial, ethnic, low income, developmental disabilities, can exist anywhere across Portland, although they will be more densely located in like East Portland, fresh and trout depth. So I'm trying to think. My question is, if a program is reaching the population and they're not in Northeast, and they're not in East Portland or East Multnomah, excuse me, how did the people putting together the sector plan think about that? Do you understand the question?
That's a great question. So really the outcome of the sector plans was to identify those populations that have the most need but the least amount of access. And so when we're able to drill down into specific areas of our region, that's where we're more likely to serve more families that traditionally have not been served. And so the idea that they're identifying specific subpopulations of the Portland area with those priority populations is really identifying that those particular families in those particular areas lack access.
Okay, so, but if somebody is in high alignment, a program, let's say, we'll look at them, and they're in high alignment with the sector plan, but they're not located in East Multnomah. That's not saying, I mean, the one outbalancing the other. It seems to, yeah, and that's my question. When we want to be sure that that those parts of the county are served, but it doesn't eliminate somebody who's not in those parts of the county if they are highly aligned with the sector plan. Is that, I want to know how to think about it.
And that's been kind of the rub for me as well, because the sector plans should be one of the primary drivers for selection of the applicants, to ensure that those that have the least access to service get that service. And so someone could have a really high score on their sector plan because they're speaking to the populations that were addressed there, but they might not be speaking to the parts of the region that need the access. And so it might not create a positive impact for those families that were called out in the sector plan. So that's really the rub that I have with kind of the limited information that we have available to us. And I'm glad that this map is now showing the sites, because I think that it's both and. It shouldn't just be the programs that spoke well to the sector plan, but also those programs that are either geographically positioned to support those families called out in the sector plan, or are willing to provide transportation to get those families there, right? So that's kind of the way that I'm trying to process through this.
Thank you. I find this, I'll just say, I find this balancing their alignment with the population and the geography, and so we'll work it through, but it just feels like, whoa, this makes it not cut and dry.
You know, I feel really fortunate that we have several people on our committee who are more familiar with this area than I am from Southern Oregon. And hopefully that will help us to have some good prioritization.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, so what we'll go ahead and do is now go back to the workbook. So let me take a look here. So we're going to go ahead and start with group 1, and this is going to be our center-based, cultural specific types of organizations here. So this is where I turn it over to you, Bobby, so you can have your dialogue, and I'll rank.
Okay, so just as a reminder, what we found worked yesterday was to have open discussion, and in that process, when somebody, we start not voting yet, but proposing a rank. And so by the end of the discussion, hopefully that last column will be filled with ranking, and then we will move, somebody will make a motion and we will move to vote. But right now, it's wide open, and I just ask everybody, and I agree with Renee, we're really lucky to have people who understand Omaha County who can help. But anyway, so understand what we're seeing. So just open any thoughts on what we're doing is trying to fill in that last column. Oh, I have a question before we go. My understanding, I know I've asked this before, but I still keep getting a little confused, that the existing providers of Preschool Promise got 50 extra points, but that is because we'd like continuity. We'd like those families who are in Preschool Promise now to be able to continue in Preschool Promise. So we've got 3 here. And the question is, how does that, I mean, luckily they also got the highest score, so maybe it's mute, but is there a way to think about existing Preschool Promise providers to give us guidance?
Yeah, this is Dana. So just a little bit on that 50 points. So all of our current providers received the 50 points. Everything was the same on the application. And it was really done as many of our providers have been with us since like 2016. So we do have very low attrition with a lot of our Preschool Promise providers. And then also, so it was for that continuity. You've been with us since 2016. So also that stabilizing a lot of the businesses, right? We do have a lot of in-homes, a lot of centers, even our bigger entities that, you know, it has helped stabilize their business. So just giving a little bit. In this case, you know, we do have, yes, even just scrolling down, we do have all of our current providers, you know, their average score was actually pretty high. So I think this is it's a different, we'll go ahead and see how it transitions, you know, from one hub to another.
And Dana, if I could jump in here, I think for early learning Multnomah, one of the things you'll see is that in the original implementation of Preschool Promise, there's sort of a focus on the certified childcare centers and also some of our larger entities. Dana, if you can scroll down, that are existing providers. We have some school districts and Head Start who are current providers. But the group that is sort of new for Preschool Promise and Early Learning Multnomah is the family childcare providers. So you can see that these are all new applicants. None of them are current Preschool Promise providers. So that's sort of, you know, in the current mixed delivery model, there weren't any of the in-home at that time. It could have been a variety of reasons at the time, provider interest and other, you know, criteria. But so that'll be, I think, for this county, it's a little bit unique that they're all new in the family child care.
Okay, so this one last clarifying. We don't, for instance, it's not assumed that we should give a ranking of 1 just because they're existing provider, right? We, okay, thank you. That helps. Okay, so they're wide open to be ranked like everybody else.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thoughts on ranking of the certified centers and culturally specific.
So the Village Child Care Enterprise, I won't be voting.
Okay. Thanks, Hadia. Hadia, you won't be voting. Oh, okay, so that, I'll win. That means Hadia does not participate in the conversation about these programs, but joins us again for the next two? How do we interpret
Dia
that?
indicated that she has a potential conflict of interest, and so she is able to participate in the discussion. And
She just wants. Okay. So Hadia,
and
thank you.
I think she's able to vote for the whole package, but I think Hadia, I think what you're indicating is that you're just calling out that for village child care, to start the discussion, you will be unable to start the discussion if we start as we start to talk about this grouping. Is
Right.
that correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Hadia.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I find this so confusing. Okay.
But we do have some Multnomah, Portland locals on the call, and so I'm wondering, I don't want to, but I'm wondering if some of these, you know, in looking at sort of these application scores and alignment with sector plan, if there's any kind of thoughts that you had and just sort of knowing the community to kind of get us jump started on this conversation. And I know, Danielle, that you have to step out, so I don't know if she already did.
I'm still here.
Oh, good.
So I think the question is, are those of you from Multnomah, are there context comments that you think will help the committee in understanding how we might proceed in ranking these?
I would say in terms of like the culturally specific programming, I'm the most familiar with the Cairo program, which is a Somali language program. And because Somali immigrants and refugees do have a lack of access generally to social service and public services, that the program not only functions as an education program for children, but it helps bring parents into the education process as well. So it also almost serves as a community empowerment agency as well. So I think that's something to note.
Thank you. And it got a 5 on the sector plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
If anyone, just by looking at the applicants in that first group, can identify those that are from East Portland, Gresham, Troutdale, North or Northeast Portland, might save us some time in looking at the map and trying to sort it out that way, so that we could start to rank based on alignment with geography called out in the sector plan. That would be my suggestion, because I can't just intuitively see where these folks are providing services from.
Well,
I know. I'm sorry.
One says Gresham, and others got Park Rose in its title. So we do have a couple. I'm sorry, somebody in Portland, help us.
And I was just going to say that Cairo is also in East Portland.
Okay.
So Dana, maybe putting like, maybe it'll help like as we're tracking this. So it looks like applicant 757 instead of Portland, put East Portland. Maybe that'll help. Just kind of as we're.
So the one
we know
that Gresham is clearly East Portland. I mean, it's not Portland. East Multnomah. And how about we had that has Park Rose somewhere, don't we?
Yep, that's
Maybe.
row 10.
Yeah. Okay.
I can look up.
The Story School. So what you're asking, Renee, is that we highlight those that are East Multnomah and North. Was it in North and Northeast?
Yeah, if we could add to that summary so that as we're starting to rank, we're factoring in those geographic priorities. I think that will make it much easier and much more dialed into what the region needs.
Okay.
I'm wondering for process, would it be helpful for us to go to the map and kind of hover over some of those sites in the priority communities and see if we can pull some names? And I would lean into our Portland committee members when we're looking at this map. It is like, if you zoom in, Dana, we can see where Gresham is, and we can see the, is there any particular area of this? Go ahead.
When we've got 3 types here, do you think we should take the time to do for all 3 types and place them, at least find north, northeast, and east? I'm just trying to figure out process.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Yeah. It's all 3 types.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
We've got all 3 types. These aren't going to just be the centers here. We're also going to have home base and the larger organization here. I mean, so we could do this activity for all 3. Is that what you're thinking? That we, instead of just having Portland, we go through each of these and say East Portland, North Portland, North Portland. I'm just trying to understand the process we would do.
Yeah, I'm trying to as well. I'm trying to figure out how to get the committee the information necessary to be able to, kind of dig in a little bit more. So I'm wondering if the ELD staff, if we kind of, if we're able to, some of our, as we're kind of, Angela and Kelly, as we're kind of hovering over, if we're able to capture that, or because it'll be hard for Dana to be doing both. And then I'm wondering if what I was trying to determine first, Bobby, was based on some local knowledge, is there an area on this map that we should be focused, like Northeast Portland, like, can we zoom in on an area that would be considered Northeast Portland? I mean, I can pick Northeast Portland out on the map, but at the same time, the specific, like, should we understand better, like, there's a splattering of providers in the Gresham area, sort of out. But I'm just kind of wondering if there was any sort of priority that communities that they could, like, direct us to.
So can I ask a question?
We welcome.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why, I guess for me is when you look at Multnomah County is when gentrification happened, it spreaded our families from North Portland to Gresham. And so that's why you see, so they are in pockets where, so there are children who, because of race, are from North Portland to East Portland, and more of the families, because of gentrification, have been removed from Northeast Portland and are now moving in more centralized in Gresham. But we have, we have a lot of families that even if they're in Northeast Portland, their needs are not being met because it's been taken over by gentrification. So that's why you have this long, widespread of programs that are happening. Is really due to that. And so a lot of the services that were happening in Northeast Portland, some of them are moving more towards Gresham because that's more of a concentration of where families and children are at. And so we still have, like Albina Head Start, we still have our, Head Start programs that are also helping to meet some of those needs of specific populations. So for me, it's hard to kind of, I don't know if it's like we need to go through each and figure that out. It's just to know that we have a wide area that we have to support different families in. And I think that's what the effort was, particularly around family childcare programs, was getting more family childcare programs as we look at culturally specific programming, is that more of, I think families look to family childcare, and it's that whole other thing around not being able to get into the Head Start programs. So I think that that's why you see, I mean, that's kind of like what I understand is what's happening in Multnomah County right now.
Idea, I have a question. So do you think that their alignment with the sector plan will tell us more than the geographical address of
Yes.
the service?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hadia. That might have saved us a lot of time.
Yes.
And,
That was very
yes, and Hadia, Dana, if you could go back to the map for a second, please. I'm curious, because when you saw sort of that band of providers that sort of starts with a big circle in Northeast Portland and then sort of down, you know, kind of heads south east through Gresham, is that grouping? I'm just wondering, like, because we have a lot of providers in that area. Does that seem to be like providers in the area that we would want services to be delivered? Is this capturing it? Like, do we have a good mix of providers in the right location?
I know, because I do the African American network, and most of them are still in Northeast Portland.
Okay.
And then I think that and these are just assumptions, and I'm just thinking that with the larger populations where you see in Gresham, that in terms of family child care provider, I think that's more where particularly Spanish speaking families are more in East Gresham. I don't know if Karina wants to, I can't remember her name, wants to add from PPS.
Okay. Carissa's on.
Hadia, yeah, this is Carissa.
Okay.
I work for Albina, and I'd have to agree. We do have multiple centers, Head Start centers in Northeast, and some in Southeast Portland. So I definitely have to agree with what you just mentioned.
But if we're looking at alignment with geography identified in the sector plan, is where the map is now, does that seem to be, for those not as familiar with the Portland area, does this, Dana, zooming in on this array of providers, does that seem to be capture like the Gresham, Northeast Portland area? Or do we need to go in deeper?
Okay, what I think is that these families who maybe are refugees or they're not only located, this is what I'm hearing people say, they're not all located in exact, if I understood Hadia, there's been this movement and you can find them in these different places. So it seems to me they're saying that who they're serving is more important than where the geography is, because if they're serving refugees and the refugees are not, you know, geographically, anyway, so that, I mean, it does mean we have to trust the reviewers, but I think the reviewers
going back
are
to the
saying,
sector plan alignment.
yeah, the reviewers are telling us if they give them a high score on a sector plan, that they're serving the populations that were identified in the sector plan. That's what I'm taking away from the comments that Hadia and Carissa have shared.
That makes sense. I'm wondering if maybe we want to take a first try at ranking by letting the sector plan score kind of guide us, because I was looking at some that are in group 1 that had maybe some of the lower scores for the application itself. but had a higher sector plan score. And some of those also offered transportation. And so I'm wondering if maybe that would help us to kind of map that out as a first try to consider and see what we think going forward.
Nope, you want to take a try?
And let's see here. So I think that it looks like it's pretty straightforward for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for the first 6 or so, 7. I would keep them 1 through 7 as they are, but then there's some deviations because the sector plan scores drop to a 2.3. But then a couple down, we start to see that there are a few outliers that, although their scores are lower, they're higher. So I would pull those 2 up, and unfortunately my eyesight is not great, and I can't always read the names. But I think the ones that I would pull up are the Tamara, looks like Tamara L. Hopkins. Is that the right line? Yes, I think so.
Or
and
professor.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who has that 4. It's Little Professors, isn't it?
Little Professor.
No, you're right. It's Tamara.
It's Tamara, and then down the second from the bottom is GSR, Community Support Outreach.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that had the 4 out of 5 scores for the sector plans, and I would suggest moving those up so that we're seeing a more consistent ranking using the sector plans, because I think it was both of those that also said that they would provide transportation, which, as we're talking about the needs of the population versus maybe the geographic needs, maybe transportation should factor a little higher because we are making some speculation, I guess.
Okay, so we've got a proposal for 1 through 9, and the rest of them have very low sector scores. So, would you just rank them in order of their average score? So would the next one be 10? But anybody got a proposal for how to rank the rest of them? Yeah, 10, 11. Okay, let's look at that and see if it fits people's sense of what we're trying to do.
And I do want to add that conversation again about that probably the ones that I'm looking at are probably new programs and probably don't have that, we talked about the ability of having a grant writer, et cetera, that I think that's the reason why their scores are low. Because I'm having a hard time seeing.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Okay, yeah. So I just, yeah.
So maybe those with the 2.5s go next. So we're looking at Pixie Childcare and what is the next one? Is it Little Professor? No.
So I guess the question is, would we change rankings based on, is there some basis for changing the rankings as we've drafted now? You have some information on which to move somebody.
For me, I was thinking for the Center for African Immigrants, I was going to put them at 1 because they offer the transportation and their score and their sector isn't that much difference from the Village Child Care Enterprise. So I'd put Child Enterprise at number 2.
Uh, any other people looking for public? Well, then, do people feel comfortable moving on to home-based providers? We can come back and change this. We're not voting. This is just recommendations, but do we feel ready to move on to home-based? And this is exciting because this group is all new.
So this group is all new, and their maximum amount of points is 225. So now that they're all new applicants, new to they're not a current preschool promise provider.
I did have a question before we moved on. Hadia had made the comment of reminded us of the low scoring may be due to just inexperience. And so I don't know if, and I'm seeing the Pixie childcare was scored at 14. I'm not sure because I don't know the area if this was a program that may have suffered because of that.
What I noticed in this group is that most of the time we've been seeing a kind of a direct correlation, higher scores overall for the application and higher sector plan alignment. For this second group, that does not seem to be the case. And so I think that those acknowledgments that we've made that not everyone is experienced with that grant writing piece is probably very, very accurate with these new folks that are coming into this opportunity for the very first time, which makes this ranking a little more difficult, I think.
And for you,
to the sector scores, Renee?
I'm sorry, what was that, Bobby?
Are you suggesting we pay more attention to the sector scores and to their average?
I think maybe that could be the case as a first attempt, but again, I'm not really sure, but that might be, unless someone else has another suggestion, that might be a place to start.
This is Dana. Oops, sorry. One suggestion that if you guys want to, is that we could also go ahead and pull up the application too and see, because there's different variables like that could have caused a low score, whether they just didn't answer the question, like completely didn't answer. I think like when we were looking at some of our smaller entities, small in-homes, like the message during our RFA is like your answer can be as concrete as possible or as big as you want, right? So that seemed to go ahead and aid some of it. So at any time, I am able to go ahead and pull up the application if we can see, like, was it just the answer or was it just a completely omitted question, if it helps at all. We have access to that.
And I just wanted to loop back. Renee, you had mentioned transportation as something to think of, and I was wondering, Dana, because it is a lot to look at. Dana, would you be able to just highlight in yellow, just like the providers that are offering transportation, and not just even the transportation itself? Yeah, like just maybe, because it's hard to know where that is, kind of pulling that out. But
Good idea.
That's something that.
Yes, thank you. Let me see here. There we go. And while you guys look at that second group, I'm going to do the same one for down here as well. Okay, there you go.
I did want to, sorry, mention that now that I'm, the row 33, Little Manuel, the number of slots requested was 0. Dana and I did review that because we had a provider similarly yesterday that didn't indicate any slots. And so it appeared on this application that the way the question is asked, it says number of slots requested, and then it has sort of an example in parentheses, and it's for register, it says RF for center base, you know, like there's numbers. And so this applicant put in RF instead of a number. And so it's hard, you know, we're not sure, you know, what was meant by that, but it could be that they thought indicating that they're a registered family was also indicating how many slots they might be requested, but without us asking the applicant for more information, you know, it's hard to know. But I just want to let you know that we didn't feel comfortable putting a number in here because we didn't want to make an assumption, but that is what we found whenever we reviewed that application.
That actually makes a lot of sense, that looking at that key, that could be the how they would transpose what they should have put there.
Yes. Which program are we looking at right now in this conversation?
That is row 33, Little Manuel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, 2 people were speaking, so I didn't hear you.
So now, okay, so I can go. Little Manuel, the one down here.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Slots requested of 0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
I also have a question about how somebody is registered family and has foresight.
Yeah, I can add to that, Bobby. You know, I think one thing that we're seeing for some of our small businesses is that they can have different homes. They can buy different homes. So we are, that's another one that Gwen and I reviewed last night. And, you know, we had the same question, like, how is it? So what we're saying is that they may have different addresses because it is saying 4 sites. And maybe those homes are the registered family.
I can't remember the rules. The difference between, I mean, somebody has to live there. So has the licensing office helped us understand what's going on this? Because that just is very confusing. I know with certified families, it's more common for them to have 2 homes, you know, because they have multiple staff and they have different rules. But I guess this is a question. I'd have more information on how somebody is registered family and running 4 homes.
I'm wondering if it could be that they're reporting their current status as a registered family provider, but given this opportunity, perhaps they would now qualify to be certified family and be able to have several sites. So that could be part of it.
We can do 2 things. Angela Stinson, who's supporting this today, she has a lot of experience with the Office of Child Care, and she might be able to provide any clarification around sort of the licensing regulations and registered family care. And then also, if you wanted, we could pull up that application so you could see sort of the sites and the different addresses. That would be your choice. But Angela, I don't know if you have any expertise from the licensing world that you would want to share about how a registered family child care could have 4 different locations.
Hey, Gwen. Yeah. So forgive me, my baby was crying in the background, so I jumped in halfway through that. But you're asking if a registered family could have more than 1 location, is that right?
4 locations.
4 locations?
Yes.
To my knowledge, only a certified family can have more than 1 location. We talked this morning about emergency childcares and the nature of that being kind of different than our standard. And so my question is whether or not this person has opened up multiple emergency childcares, because I'm not as familiar with what is with COVID-19, what's the current guidelines around that. So my understanding is if they're a registered family, they could only have 1 location, but like you see the RA code in here, that's an emergency childcare code. So it's possible they are operating multiple emergency childcares at this point. And I apologize, I realize that's as clear as mud, but that's kind of where things are at in the midst of the pandemic.
Let me scroll to that classroom configuration. That's where the applicant will tell us where they're going to go ahead and put those slots. So let's take a look here. So they are talking about 4 different classrooms. I'm going to put it there so people can read it.
But when you were screening down, Dana, it seemed like there were 4 addresses and each one of them had an RA license.
Yes, let me go ahead and scroll up.
And Bobby, the RA license, to Angela's point, we checked because we weren't familiar, and it is a number that's given to providers who have registered with emergency. They're unlicensed providers who have registered as an emergency child care.
So what status when, I mean, is this a permanent? So is there a new category that we will keep? Or as COVID currently move through COVID, will they have to move to one of the existing?
Yeah, it's a current status under the temporary order that we have right now due to the health emergency. But if providers who are operating as emergency childcare, they would need to, once the temporary orders are changed, lifted, that there would, all previously existing, rules would apply.
And Bobby, just to clarify, just in looking at the RA numbers, they're all the same. They're all RA 3194. And then I'm looking at the address. I think the only difference that I see is that for site 1, they put the city Portland, but it's still the same like street address. So no, that makes a difference, but it looks like the RA number is the same. So I am, guess I'm a little bit unclear. I think we were thinking sizes for different locations, but then they have the same RA number. So normally with sites, you will get a license number for that specific location. So, but I don't know with the, not an expert in the licensing. So not sure if with the emergency childcare, they're giving like the same one for all of them. So I'll leave it up to if there's any other ELD colleagues that may be a little bit more in tune with that.
We really don't know if this is somebody running 4 classrooms in one facility. Yeah, it looks like she means 4 classrooms, not 4 sites.
Mhm.
I don't know. This is, I mean, we don't have enough information to really know what she's telling us, but it's the same address and the same number.
Right.
And in the text, she said we're going to have 4 classrooms. So you could have a big house, I guess, and have 4 classrooms in your house. You know, we just don't have enough information for me to understand what she's asking, what she's telling us she's doing.
Right.
And so we're capturing all this, and this could be some, you know, sort of additional information that we would need to clarify in our report to Miriam, but we won't be able to, you know, get all of it today. So, but if there's more information needed on any application, then we can make note of that in the recommendation to Miriam.
Renee and Sarah both have their hands up. Or I think Renee for sure does. Okay. And then I think Sarah, do you? No, I'm sure. Okay.
As a way
Sorry,
to maybe help us to move forward with this second category, I'm wondering if maybe we start by prioritizing sector plan, and then as a second layer of prioritization, transportation, and maybe see where that gets us. And I suggest that, but I'm not able to see this document clearly enough to be the one to rank it. So if someone else can see it more closely and agrees with that and would like to start to make a ranking selection, that would be my suggestion to get us moving forward.
Okay.
Sarah, did you have something to share, or were you talking to your kids?
Oh, and I was talking to myself because I was trying to figure out that the lovely kids for the being unclear because she had it for the 16 slots. So I don't, and then I read something about 4 children. So I'm wondering if each classroom has 4 kids in each of it. I don't know. I was just reading. So I was trying to figure it all out myself. But I do have a couple for the ranking so far. I only have the top 4 that I would do for ranking if you wanted me to put those.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, please.
So far I had the Gifted Gardens is number 1.
Okay.
It's Haba Childcare. Forgive me if I'm not saying these correctly.
Okay.
And then the Sherry's Schoolery is number 3. And then Pequinto's Daycare. It's application number 92. Sorry, I'm saying that completely incorrect. As number 4. So far I only have those.
That's helpful. So who gets to be 5?
Let's see here. Mentis Creative. Childcare.
Sorry.
What was that, Sarah? Which number? Oh, okay.
Application number 628.
Okay.
So we're going on sector scores here. Is that right, Sarah?
Yeah, I look at sector scores first, and then I look at their average and if they're actually doing transportation or not, and that's how I usually go with my rankings.
Okay.
Okay.
So then would that make Lovely Kids Daycare 6? If we are using that as our method criteria?
For right now, yes, we would do 6 until we find out what the actual.
Yeah. Okay. The comments will get. Should we have all these questions about this one? So we could either not rank it and leave it out to be considered, or we could rank it and say more information is needed. Which way makes most sense to people?
I suggest rank it and make a note.
It seems sort of like the one that we had yesterday with 0. There wasn't enough information. With this particular one, if she's an emergency program, I'm confused about if her RF license goes away in lieu of, the 16 kids as an emergency provider. Then where does that leave her? I'm worried about that. And so then how is she going to fulfill all of the hours, the 900 hours of care, if she's back to 10? What happens with those other slots? I mean, it seems like it's pretty confusing about how we would include her, for me.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that part of that application was that registered family child care folks could apply, but that they would be working towards becoming certified. So that might be some of the reasons why you're seeing the large numbers. And emergency child care has nothing to do with, their license already, but they're just being approved to provide emergency care because the whole health and safety. Their enrollment has gone down. I think registered family care is 10, but any program operating can only have 10 children at a time. 10 children altogether that are consistently coming to the program. So I wouldn't look at the emergency child care because once things open back up, they're going to go right back to their other license, whatever they're licensed at, that's where they're going to go back to.
Okay, so now,
I'm just wondering if, she's thinking that I'm going to increase my care now and I'm going to offer more care to children at these, because it just asks you if you apply as a registered family child care provider that you need to be moving towards certified. So I think that might be part of what may be confusing. The other thing about the transportation is, like, I know specifically like for the Somalian community that's out in Portland, that they're a very close-knit community, and a lot of the, like one place that I have observed in is like, it's like in an apartment complex, and so everybody's very, very close-knit. So when you look at transportation, some of these programs may be in places where they're close enough to the community that they're serving. So just something to think about when you think about transportation.
Hadida and Jill, are we suggesting we hold this one aside as we did yesterday and not rank it and until more information comes in? Or are we saying rank it and just comment that we really don't understand what's going on with this application? Which way?
16 slots? Is that for the 16 slots?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The foresight.
My recommendation is to rank it, and Mary and them need to figure out more details about it. But I do know people were in Multnomah County were looking at expanding their programs.
So, Hadida, I want to know if I'm understanding you correctly. In order to get an RA, you already had to be an RF, and then you applied and met criteria to become an RA?
Yes.
Is that?
You already had to be licensed. Yes.
I'm just wondering why she didn't list her RF as her license. Did that happen? Did she
I mean, I can't speak to that, but you know, I think for some folks that whole application process was really confusing and hard for them. So she probably just went off where she's currently at and not thinking about, you know, like, you know, we're really looking at beyond this, but I think she might just been thinking, you know, they're asking for my license. Right now, my license is the RA license.
I'll say the thing that troubles me is when we get it was Jill, you raised it. So when if she's an RA while we're under the emergency rule, she will revert to RF and she can't serve 16 children.
Does she need to reapply as an
But she don't
RF?
have time, remember, because if we grant it in July and she gets the grant, she still has until September to get things moving. So they were, you know, you have to think about that. A lot of people were thinking about expanding. And so that's what a lot of them are asking for is expansion money to be able to expand their programs bigger than what it is already. So it didn't, you know, I don't know. For me, it's like it's a moot point. We just look at what we have here. And she has, you know, she's asked for 16 slots, right? And I think we haven't really gone that deeply in anybody else around this. So she's asked for 16 slots. And after this opens, then she can be able to go and expand her program.
And this is Dana. And just to go ahead and add a little bit to Hadia, we did have some applicants during the RFA process to say like, because of the COVID, like they weren't en route either to get licensed or go to the next step. But because of the COVID, that kind of put a little bit of stop on it. So then we suggested, hey, go ahead and write that in. So I think it's in line with what Hadia is saying, is that some of them a registered family and was about to go into certified, but then COVID happened. So there's been a little bit of an opportunity there to get the licensings out there and do that. So, so yeah.
And I would, to Hadia's point, right, that the committee's role is not to determine slot allocation or funding levels. It's really to look at sort of the merits of the independent reviewer scores, you know, and alignment to the sector plan and the services that best align with the family preferences as provided. So just to kind of like, I don't, right? So, yeah.
I think our questions are all in the notes now. And so it's in 6, so somebody got an idea who should be 7?
So the one that we just did, Lovely, she's 6, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That sounds fine.
And then, so who should be 7?
We want to do explorators, Spanish explorators.
Okay.
Is number 7.
That's based on their sector score, they'd be next.
Yeah, and then children's elite home would be 8. Lorenza's childcare would be 9. Juniper Berry Playground, 10. And then Little Manual would be 11.
Okay. Before, any comments on this ranking before we move to the large organizations? Okay.
I guess I just would echo what, you know, Hadia's comment about the transportation in dense urban locations. And not that it changes the rankings, but it's something I think that we should have noted for Miriam in her recommendations for later, that transportation isn't the same for all groups based on where they are.
Okay. It's important to put in the note. Okay. So we are to the large organizations, and the first 5 of them have all our existing providers. and they got high scores. And then in fact, everybody in this group has got relatively high scores and relatively high sector scores. So the question is, can somebody propose ranking?
May we pull up the map, Dana, by chance? Thank you.
Is there a specific section that you would like me to zoom in or zoom in?
Yeah, I was trying to look for the Gladstone. My apology if I'm not very familiar with the Portland area.
Southeast Portland.
Gladstone is in Clackamas County. Is there a mistake?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, Clackamas County.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Gladstone's in Multnomah.
I can pull up that application.
Yeah.
Dana, what's the number on it? Just double check.
Let's take a look here. Hold on. So that will be 772. Oh, I guess we can pull it out here. Yep. That actually needs to be transferred to Clackamas. So we need to go ahead and remove that one. So
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
That up. So let me do some magic here. So discuss, and let me go ahead and get it out of this one for just a moment.
That was a good
Dana,
catch.
I think we should move it. Dana, oh, okay, so you got it?
Yeah. So
we
yes.
could kind of, okay.
Yes. Let me just put it down here. Let me put a little pause on my screen here. So no, not and you guys can go ahead and discuss. So just a moment.
Well, Dana, I'm wondering if we might be able to do it during break.
Yeah, I'm just
going
to get out of there so it doesn't disrupt your
perfect. All right. Because I think without seeing your screen, it'll be difficult to look at the prioritization.
Yeah, let me take a look here. We're back on. There we go.
So I think we're unless that was a great catch. But if people have, if we don't have more questions, I think somebody could suggest a ranking.
I think yeah, Bobby, there's a few people I think on the review committee who have told us that they're going to kind of abstain from doing some of the rankings. So I'm just letting you know that the responsibility for that will probably come from individuals on the committee who aren't associated with Portland programming.
Okay.
Jill, I wonder
no,
if,
sorry, Renee has her hand up.
oh, sorry.
Or Robin, did you? Okay, Robin, and then Renee. Okay.
I was just going to suggest that if there wasn't a problem with ranking it just in the order that they're in, since the scores for both the average score of the application and the sector plan were pretty straightforward.
The only one that seemed a little, what was it?
Oregon Child Development.
The OCDC service in Gresham got a 5.0, so I wondered.
Yeah.
Criteria, should we move it up a little bit, or should we just go straight?
Well, certainly, Bobby, with that, thinking that if I'm squinting, I'm sorry, is they both have the same average score, 203. So we could flip-flop because of the sector plan alignment and flip-flop two of their ranking. But other than that, keep the rest of the ranking in the order that it is on the list. Does that make sense? Is that what you were going to say?
Okay. And Renee had her hand up at the same time. So, so the proposal now is ranked with the exception of flipping OCDC, right?
So I would put the OCDC as number 3, and then go back up to the Mount Hood and put them as number 4, 5 as Portland Public.
Let me do this. So
3, and then go back under, to Mount Hood, and that would be 4, and then the next one 5, 6. That's what I would do personally.
Okay, Renee.
Well, I'm having to look at the PDF because I can't see clearly on this screen. So I can't actually see the rankings as they're presented right now. But the one note that I made was, if you look at, and I'm looking at my PDF version, if you look at Portland Public Schools, their average application score is 215, which actually is about 78% of the total scores. And that's the lowest ranked current provider. But if you look at OCDC and Portland Community College, they have, I think it's like 90% of their total points. And so, and it's all very close in terms of average sector plan alignment. And so I was just making a note of that I'm thinking that Portland Public Schools might need to go down certainly below OCDC, and it could be below Portland Community College as well. But again, I just can't see the rankings that.
Okay, but we've and what Robin did, we already moved OCDC up to number 3.
Okay.
So it was put ahead. So now I think the question you're raising is PCC get 203 and a 4.3, and should that move ahead? Right now in the ranking, PCC is 6. Should it move higher? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
PCC, Portland Community College is 7, and Portland Public Schools is currently 6.
Yeah. So the question is, are they, suggesting a movement of PCC to something higher than 7? It didn't get a higher sector score,
right?
And than any above it.
And the other thing is, I think PCC is not certified it's not a certified childcare center. It's center-based. You want to double check that?
Well, yeah, they put the language of licensing is so hard. A certified center is a center. It's not a certified family. I mean, the terminology.
I checked its license last night just to kind of understand where they are, and their license is a certified center.
Okay.
Operated by Portland Community College.
So just for clarification, right now I'm just waiting for you guys to see if we're going to go ahead and put PCC at 6, and then Portland Public School Districts at 7, right? We're going to do that swap. Is that what we're?
Well, I think that's the question. They didn't get a higher sector score. They got a lower sector score. And without the 50 points, they did get a higher average score, but which was your point, Renee. So I don't know, given the criteria we've been using, should it stay at 7 or should it move with ahead of Portland Public? If that's oh, Robin, you have an opinion?
I was just wondering, because there's so many of these are very close, if we zoom out and take another lens look at location and geography, and I don't know if like Portland Community College has several sites, is this in different sites that are high need population? There's certainly one site, Portland Community College, that may not be, and one that may be, so it might be a helpful another lens at this point in the conversation.
Dana, are you able to pull up Portland Public Schools application, or which one did you pull up? So that would be 317.
We're going to put it. The Cascade campus is certainly geographically, and it's in north.
So we have
This is for Portland Public Schools.
this is for Portland Public Schools, so they're intending on, let's take a look here, 4 different sites. One of them is Fabian Elementary School on 2930 Northeast 2nd Street in Portland. And then the second site is Martin Luther King Elementary School. I'm sorry, did someone say something? Oh, okay. And there's the address.
Carissa has. Carissa said she might have some. Oh, go. I'm sorry, Dana. Carissa can then, after you're finished, Carissa might add something to it. She put in the chat box.
Okay. And then we have the second site, 4906 Northeast 6th Avenue. And then we have third site in Boyce Elliott Humboldt Elementary School, 620 North Freeman Avenue. And then their fourth site is Lankate 28 School on 5105 Southeast 97th Street Avenue. So kind of gives you a little bit of where all those locations are going to be at. And then let me see.
Those are all high need areas, Northeast and Lynn.
And then I'm putting up on the screen just their classroom configuration. So this is where they tell us like where all these classrooms going to be and all of the sites. So it looks like they're looking to put 2 classrooms at each of the sites. It says in 2P to 3 alignment by ensuring that our preschool promise classrooms are co-located and connected to K through 5 or K through 12. That helps.
And Carissa, did you want to add something to this? I know Carissa stated a potential conflict of interest, but she's able to contribute to the conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that both PCC and, as you all are seeing now, Portland Public are requesting slots in Southeast Portland. I believe PCC is, oh my gosh, Sylvania campus, is that correct?
Well, they have two
that is
campuses.
correct.
So the Southeast one is off of Division.
Right.
And then the other one is on the hill off of Southwest 49th. So that, yeah. The one on Sylvania's side really serves more children that are, well, I guess they both do. They serve children who are parents are taking classes.
In reviewing this application last night, just in preparation, it was my understanding that they were planning on the Sylvania site. But Dana, if we wanted to verify that, we would need to pull up application 50.
All right, let's pull it up. Okay.
Definitely can't see that.
I can't even see. I'm not sure what's going on with my. What is it? I think my computer is. There we go. Okay, so we have. This is Portland Community College. They are wanting to do. Let's take a look here. So one site. They're applying for, and this is in 12000 Southwest 49th Avenue. So these are their Sylvania Children Child Development Center for 18 slots.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So the population they want to serve would be a variety. Any of the students who are enrolled at PCC Sylvania campus. Is that accurate, so that we know?
Yes.
Okay, so the question in front of us is whether we move Portland Community College ahead of Portland Public, or whether we leave the ranking as we have it right now, with Portland Public at 6 and Portland Community College at 7. Anybody have a recommendation on whether to leave it as is or move it?
This is Robin. I probably would leave Portland Public ahead of Portland Community College for a couple of reasons. The population that they specifically are serving, the neighborhoods that they're serving, I will say maybe it's my bias within the category that we're looking at, not my bias across all the different types of categories, but within this category, children who are going to be going to that school, starting their preschool experience in the same neighborhood that they're going to be going to school. I appreciate that a lot. So I really like that, but I'm kind of going back to when we ranked, and I think I might have messed us up there, but maybe we could talk through when we ranked OCDC as 3, and it had to do with a sector plan. I was actually confused. It was the numbers that were equal were between OCDC and Portland Community College, but their sector plans were different. And I actually was reversing the two. So they were already in rank order of highest to lowest, if you compared across average score and their alignment. So I just wanted to note that my brain was a little bit confused when I was reading the letters. So I wanted to say that in case anyone, I think actually, Sarah, you're the one who suggested 3 be the ranking for OCDC, and I don't know if anyone would or if you wanted to say more about why you were putting them at 3. I wasn't suggesting that they be 3. It's possible if that's what the group would like. I'll just see what others have to say. I know I just rambled a lot about stuff.
Okay, so Robin, I want to know if I understand what you're saying. You think we should leave PCC at 7, and you're questioning whether OCDC should have been moved up? That's what you want people to discuss. And why should OCDC not be moved up? Just so that I understand.
I just wanted to understand why we moved it up, because yes, their sector plan is a 5 alignment.
Right.
But that would have been, I think that's the only reason why they would have been moved up higher than those who already were providing preschool promise. But I just wanted to clarify why we moved them to 3.
Renee?
Renee? I'm sorry. My earlier observation was that OCDC, their average application score was 203 out of their possible 225, which put them at 90% score, versus Portland Public Schools, who had the 215, which was about 78% of their total score. So although they had a score advantage overall, their application did not score as well, and OCDC's sector plan score was higher. That's what my sharing right there.
That was really helpful. Thank you.
Were we also looking at them serving Gresham as one of the other possible reasons that we were moving them up?
Yes, that was mentioned.
For myself, why I was moving them up is for several different reasons. Guess because of their sector. Also, what Renee was saying about how they had like the 90% percentile. They're also in Gresham, which is outside of my understanding from the actual Portland. So that was another reason why I was moving them up as well. So it's different categories of why they were moved from there to number 3.
All right, I think the question is, we have a proposed ranking, and should we, before anybody makes a motion, would anybody like to suggest changing that proposed ranking that's up on the screen right now for the large organization? Okay, then I'd welcome a motion to move the rankings as proposed for all 3 groups.
Dana, can you make sure all 3 groups are visible? Wow, this is, I know it'll be small, and I apologize for that.
I missed a lot of the first categories. Should I vote overall? If I did vote, it would be based on trusting the committee process for how you came up with your ranking for the first category. And then I was there for the majority of the second and all of the third. I just wanted others' opinions of whether I should vote at all.
I'm good with you voting. Sorry, Bobby.
Good at the kind of Robert's rules. You know. So Gwen, I'll defer to you. So she did not participate in the full discussion. The motion is going to contain rankings for all. Should she vote or not vote?
You're testing my limits of knowledge on this one. So, I'm wondering if I don't want to pause the process, but I want to make sure, I would have to do just a double check on that. The one thing we could do is since she was absent for just the first grouping, is if we summarize that and made sure that Robin had sort of the opportunity to see the rankings and feel comfortable with the rationale, maybe that would be a way to bring her up to speed on that. We could ask our staff to review the notes from that, some of the notes from that. If that was satisfied the committee to sort of bringing group members back, into the full conversation, if there was that summary on the first group. That would be my first suggestion. The second would be, Robin, it would be that you would abstain from voting if there wasn't enough information for you to feel that you could vote on the whole package. So I think there's two options there.
Okay, a third option is that we take the break now and come back and vote, and that gives Gwen and Robin enough time during the break to figure out how to proceed. I don't know. It's just that it feels like there's three options.
Okay. Yep, we can do that.
Jill?
I'd like to add to the confusion in this. I have not worked for OCDC. I feel like I'm still on the payroll of OCDC, but have not worked for OCDC for over 2 years or about 2 years. And I don't work with the centers. I work with a USDA food program here in Medford. And I don't know if that has a bearing. And I didn't realize it until we started getting into the the actual programs that were involved at each, because I don't think of myself as working with them, but I believe I'm still on their payroll.
Just for clarification, so are you saying because you have your USDA hat, so that's one that's probably going to apply to other providers, but then for OCDC, like, are you referring like you're like a subcontractor of theirs on like specific projects?
No, I used to be a reviewer for the Head Start programs for OCDC, used to be a center director for OCDC. And then during the last 2 years, I have not worked for OCDC, but I just haven't done anything about not working, about, terminating my position with them.
So you don't actually get paid by them for 2 years, but you've never been formally removed from their books.
Right.
But it's been a year since you were actually paid by them. Is that correct?
What was the last sentence that you said?
Are you, well, I wanted to know if this is what you were saying. It's been 2 years since you were actually paid, but you didn't do a formal resignation, so you remain on the books, although you don't get paid.
Right, and I haven't worked there for 2 years.
So I think, Jill, what I would suggest is that if you review the conflict of interest definitions and see if any of those apply to your situation, and then inform the group. And so that maybe, Bobby, that would give, Bobby, you're suggesting that the group take a break, I clarify the situation with Robin, get on call a friend and get online and make sure that we're following procedural orders. And Jill can check the conflict of interest, and then we can come back after a break, settle those two pieces, and move forward with the motion. Is that
right? Okay.
Right.
So, okay, then what we will do is take a 15-minute break, which will bring us back 11:30, 31, and we will move right back into voting with clarification from Jill and Robin about how they want to, how they're defining the issue of whether or not they're voting. And that gives them 15 minutes to get information. And so we will resume at 11, just right around 11:30, and do the vote at that time.
Thank you.
And we are off I will say we're off our time. So the other thing we'll do when we come back is we'll vote and we will look at our schedule and figure out how to proceed together.
Yep.
Okay, we're on.
Thank you.
Doing recording. Thank you, Kelly.
Recording, yep.
Okay. Okay. So sorry, Sarah. I'll start over now that we're recording. So returning from break, Sarah Bartlett.
I'm present.
Okay. Renee Brandon.
Present.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan. Oh, she's back, and I know she had to step out today for a little bit for some meetings, so I'll check back at the end there. Robin Hill Dunbar.
Present.
Marissa Palmer.
Present.
Dia Miller. Jill Ramirez.
Present.
Bobby Weber. Present. Check back with Danielle Pacifico Kogan. You here, Danielle? And then how about Hadia? Dia Miller?
I'm here.
Bobby, oh, hi, Hadia. Okay, thanks. Okay. So it looks like at this time we're missing Danielle, but I know that she had some scheduling conflicts today. So we'll keep an eye on whether she, when she returns. So I think we're ready to go. Would you like me to provide the update on?
I would, yeah. So
Okay.
we have two updates, right? Both Robin and Jill.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I had to. Right, so I'll provide the update in regard to Robin's question as to whether she will be able to participate in this vote because she missed a portion at the beginning. I checked, that does not exclude her from voting. And during the break, though, just as due diligence, we did send her the rough notes sorry, that we had from that portion of the meeting so that Robin was able to read through those notes and then be a full participant in the voting. And then I think, Jill, it was, you were going to let the review committee know if after reviewing the conflict of interest statements, if you felt that you have a potential or an actual conflict of interest in regard to OCD.
Yes, and I just felt like at this time it'd be better if I abstained just to make sure that it was, there wasn't a question about my vote.
Thank you, Jill. So are you, I just want to, for our records, so are you saying that you have a potential or a actual conflict? The actual would be that you would be not able to vote? Is that, I didn't want to interpret that that's what you were indicating.
I think I have it's confusing to me, but I feel like I have an actual conflict.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
All right.
So we've got that note. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, everybody. These are, I respect how carefully people are paying attention to the issues. So Dana, I think we've got a ranking proposed, and now the question is whether it's we need a motion. It's not a question. We need a motion. If you could put the ranking up that we have developed.
Hold on.
And then if somebody would submit a motion and a second, we could vote on it.
Okay.
Yes, we can see.
You have suggested to make it sure that way everybody can see it.
This is Renee. I motion that we accept the rankings for Multnomah County as presented.
This is Robin. I second it. Second the motion.
So it's been moved and seconded that we accept the rankings as proposed, and now time any discussion before we vote. Okay, Quinn, will you call the roll?
Yes. On this motion, on this vote, Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan, so we'll note that she's absent. Robin Hill Dunbar,
Yes.
Trissa Palmer,
Yes.
Padilla Miller,
Abstaining.
Jill Ramirez,
Abstaining.
and Bobby Weber.
Yes. So we have 2 abstentions, 1 absence, and the rest are all yeses. So there are no no's, and the motion passes.
Alrighty. So
Ooh, take a big sigh on that. Okay. We before we move to Clackamas, I'd like to have a which is not as big as what we just did, by the way. We need, it is 11:39, and so we're the question is, when should we break for lunch? And I'll throw out a proposal, but it's just a proposal. I mean, just because we've got to figure out what's the best thing to do. I think since we just had a break, that we start Clackamas and get as far as we can. And if we're not done by 1, we take a lunch break at 1 o'clock. But I'm open to any other proposal. It's just, when do we break for lunch is the question. So I thought it'd be easier if there was a proposal to react to, but I don't feel any ownership of that proposal.
I have to sign off about 12:30 to prepare for another meeting, just letting everyone know that.
Well, let's get through Clackamas in timely manner. 1 o'clock will be the latest that we'll take a break if we're not through Clackamas. Yes to your idea, Bobby, and hopefully we can get all of Renee's thoughts in before then.
alrighty. Okay.
Okay.
Let's
go.
Okay. We're gonna do it. So thank you all. Multnomah was one of the biggest, the largest hub regions that we were going to be looking at. So I think what will help too is that as I'm moving along with the tools, kind of start making notes what are some of those key elements that you want to go ahead and use as we prioritize, right? So if you're looking at the sector plan, we should go ahead and pay attention to whether it's the score or transportation or location and so on, and we'll go ahead and give that a try. So we have Clackamas Early Learning Hub. They are a current hub, a current Preschool Promise hub, but there's not that many slots in this hub region. We only have 28 Preschool Promise slots in this hub region. They only represent Clackamas County. We're looking for an expansion to add an additional 150 to 250 slots, giving us an expansion total of 178 to 278. After adding all of the applicants here, we have about 242. total slots requested. We do have two of the applicants who are current Preschool Promise providers. So just kind of making note of that. So you're going to go ahead and see them down here in this purple color that we have. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to go through the applicants and the sector plan. Oh, bigger. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Is that good? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with our first group. We have 3 certified childcare centers. We have applicant number 90, Happy Valley Montessori School. They're applying for 1 site, 20 slots, no transportation. So they're not going to be offering transportation. As I'm doing this, we'll go ahead and, you know, just highlight the ones that are, just in case we need that for reference. For 20 slots in Clackamas, the city's Clackamas, they rank 181 out of their total maximum of 225 with an average sector plan score of 3.3. Then we have Sunshine, applicant 589, Sunshine Early Learning Child Care Center. They are proposing to do transportation for 2 sites, wanting 72 slots. That's in Milwaukee. It's a different city within Clackamas County, with a 151 out of the 225 and 3.5 on the average sector plan alignment. We have Nonis Village, applicant 141, no transportation, 1 slot. This one, they're actually winning 92 slots for that 1 site. That's in Canby. With an average score of 126 of 225 with a 1.5 on the sector plan. Then we move into our second group, which is our certified family childcare group. We don't have any registered family applying. It's just certified family childcare. We have Cheerful Hearts, 1 site with 14 slots in Damascus. Their average score was actually 200 out of 225 with a 5.0 sector plan. Then we have Mariama's, and my apologies if I'm not enunciating that. Mariama's Preschool, 1 slot, 1 site, 9 slots in Lake Oswego, 159 of 225 with a 4.5. We have Lulu's Daycare, requesting 7 slots. She's actually proposing, this site is proposing transportation in Wilsonville. Their score was 118 of the 225 with a 2.5. Then we move into our third category. We do have Oregon Child Development Center, so OCDC. No transportation there with a 1 site, 10 slots. In Malino, this is a current Preschool Promise provider. So this 10 slot, I can speak to it as the manager of the program. Like, this is a blended classroom in combination with one of their other publicly funded programs. So it's a blended model there. They actually scored 262 out of the 275 with a 5.0 on the sector plan alignment. Then we have the Oregon Trail School District, who's also a current Preschool Promise provider, offering transportation, 18 slots in Sandy. So they score 195 out of the 275 with a 3.3. And then we have the Gladstone School District that we have now moved here to Clackamas. They are in Gladstone. They're applying for 18 slots. So they score 189 out of the 225 with a 4.5 EC sector plan. So we have 3 small groups here, but as you can see from the number of slots, some of them are asking for a high amount of slots here. So any questions before we move to the sector plan on what we just discussed on the workbook? No? Can someone give me a thumbs up to go to the sector plan? Got it, okay. So we have this sector plan from our friends at Clackamas Clackamas Hub here. So I'm gonna go, they have several prior populations, so I'll go ahead and give you a summary. So we'll go ahead and start. Prior population number 1 there is the children who are Black or African American in the Milwaukee or Clackamas County. Children who are Latinx, that will be in Milwaukee, Molalla, Canby, and Sandy. Children with limited English proficiency. Their focus is in North Clackamas, Milwaukee, Molalla, Canby, and Sandy. Children birth to 2, Molalla and Sandy. Children experiencing homelessness, that's in the Canby School District, in North Clackamas School District. And children in foster care in Clackamas County. Just to go ahead and summarize, obviously lots of information here, this sector plan. So I'll just go ahead and maybe take a couple pieces here. So we have programs and services that meet child's development needs, people who care for and teach my children, that they have the experience and training, some additional considerations. What parents are saying, this is parents' voice. This is what they're saying. Affordable parent involvement is encouraged. Transportation programs in service prepare children for kindergarten. So definitely that kindergarten readiness. Some of the additional considerations there were services in language, in the children's home language. That was one of the additional considerations. We're seeing once again with that parent involvement, child safety, program and services meet the child's developmental needs. So lots of on that. We're seeing transportation again. And then we have flexible hours of operation, location nearby and easy to get access. So that's in a nutshell their sector plan. So as you can see, we have several different prior populations, and they specify either just county-wide efforts there, or geographic focus, or city focus there. Any questions before we move on to the map? We're going to take a look at the map. No? Okay. Alrighty, we're going to move on to the map. So let me go ahead and bring it up here. And then once again, we have access to the applications if you want me to pull any of the applications. Let me see here. So we are looking, so bear with me here because I'll need to. So this will be Clackamas right here in this area. So we take a look at the county, so nothing in this section of the county there. And then we have lots of provider, but as you can see, a lot of our applicants are spread out, right? There are not that many. For example, we have one in Molino right here. This one in Canby is the one, as Gwen mentioned, the bigger the circle, that's the bigger amount of slots that it represents. So that's known as Village right there. So they're all this one right here, it looks like Gladstone. Then we have up here Milwaukee up there. So they are, as you can see, our applicants are spread out. They're not that close together. I think the only ones, let me take a look here, will be right here in Milwaukee. There's a Sunshine Early Learning in a different one. So is there, I want to be responsive to the map. Is there any where you want me to zoom in or zoom out on the map?
Dana, what were the two in Milwaukee? Just so, could you zoom in on the Milwaukee ones just so we can differentiate, because they're the only ones that are.
Yeah, so we have the Sunshine Early Learning Center, and then let me go ahead and pull it up here. Just a moment. So I'm zooming in pretty to even like take a look at how far they are from each other. So we have here, this one here is Sunshine Early Learning, and the other one here will be, let's take a look here. This is for 12 sites. So this is one applicant that's proposing to have a site here in Milwaukee.
That's the whole hub. That's the whole hub, Dana. I think that's
Oh,
that
is that
hub
the whole
marker.
house? Is not an actual? Okay. Well, now we know that the hub is located here. It's not aware. So then, right, because there's no other in Milwaukee here, and they're all doing one site. So there we go.
So just an observation, it looks like they have an application in every priority community.
It looks like yes.
Yeah, they're spread out. Yeah, that's what, anyway, that's what, Milwaukee, Malala, Canby, Sandy, and Canby. And they also have one from Wilsonville, which wasn't named, but it may have a high match with the sector plan. Yeah. Okay.
I'm curious if you could adjust the screen, Dana, so we can see to the far left and upper left of your document. I want to see how many slots are going to be available. Okay, so.
Are you referring to the hub summary? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was trying to get a sense of, will all of these potentially get funded, or is there less slots that are going to be funded than are requested?
Mm-hmm.
So we will be doing our discussion by the three groups again, I assume, Dana?
Yep.
So if we only have to rank three, you guys. So it's a lot easier than last time. Okay. So we're open for discussion about how to rank the three centers.
I guess I can quickly rank them. So I would put number 1 as Sunshine Early Learning. Happy Valley would be number 2, and then Noni's Village would be number 3.
Okay.
Can you say a little bit more about how you made your decision to help me?
So I went with the sector score first, and then I look at the average score, the location, as well as the transportation.
This is Renee, and I agree with that. Also because Milwaukee was called out as a community in the sector plan more frequently.
For that reason, I actually, I hesitate to have Canby be last because I'm worried about it being a priority population. And it's, I mean, if you look at the map, Canby is very much not isolated, but it's really not on, it's not on 205. It's, so the program, the children in that area would, yeah, so it's.
But they only got a 1.5 on their sector plan and a 126 on their score. And the other communities are, Milwaukee is certainly named. Clackamas isn't, but Milwaukee was named as a priority community.
No, it's hard. I would love to hear other people's ideas, but when I think about this one in particular, the children that we're hoping to connect to the most, would Happy Valley, Montessori rank lower, not because of the great application, but the population that they're serving compared to the population in Canby, language served, all of, so this is one of those where I might know too much about Clackamas County because I lived there to think, gosh, the population. No, I don't feel like I have biases because I know where Canby is and I know the population. but it doesn't mean I don't feel like I have a conflict of interest because I don't have any current connection.
So, Robin, would you recommend reversing Happy Valley and Noni Village on the basis of the children's needs and the priority that was given to Canby? And this is the only control for Canby.
I don't want to slow us down, believe me, but I wonder if we could pull up the Happy Valley Montessori application and just take a peek at the population and how they are looking to serve our priority population.
It's a good idea.
None of them got a very high sector score, which could be writing ability.
And just to clarify, you want me to pull up at a classroom configuration or their answers to the sector plan?
I was kind of interested in the part of the application where they talk about the children that they're hoping to serve, the priority populations. So thinking about, I can't remember the exact question. It looks like they have a lot of information there. So I'm gonna go across.
They do. So I'll go over just real quick. So this one is their program mission and vision. So lots of information there. Take a look here. It talks about it on time. This is their previous experience with, okay, I think we can take a look at this one. So their previous experience with preschool age children. And then right here, serving prior populations. So let me take a look here so I can just read it. Well, all of you guys can read it too, but it says Happy Valley Montessori will support the identified focus populations in our community, which includes children experiencing homelessness and foster care, having limited English proficiency, as well as our marginalized Black African American community. We are currently limited without a means to transport children, but we will be open to getting a suitable van to pick up and return children to their place of dwelling. So that speaks very specific to them.
The rest of it says, do you want me to read the rest of it, Dana, or?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do we keep reading? I wasn't sure. I just gave that.
Okay. Did you want us to pull up the other application in Canby, Robin, with that or others?
You know, I think I don't want to stall this. We have a process, we have numbers that we go by, and I appreciate that. What I wonder is if we keep it in the ranking note that has been described, if we could make a note for Miriam that Canby is a priority rural population of Clackamas County, serving priority populations listed in the sector plan, even if, you know, so it's sort of one of those things that did people use the right language, even if the sector alignment score is low, if we happen to know they're right in the center of the community that the sector plan specifically called out, it seems like it's of note. So that Miriam knows that we were making that decision knowing that Canby might be a priority population. I don't know, something to indicate that yes, we're scoring based on numbers and there's more to the story.
Okay.
So the recommendation is the ranking showing there with a note to Miriam that the committee is concerned that Canby is a high priority community and that the one program we had got the 3rd ranking, but that we're very aware that the children of Canby are in need of these services. Robin, have we got it? Is there anybody who wants to change anything about that before we move on to home-based? Okay. They're all certified family.
So these are all certified family, and just one thing to know, because we only have like 2 providers in this region. So this is, new certified child care centers and new family child care. So these are all new to Preschool Promise. So the maximum amount of points for this group is 225.
So I'm struck, Robin, what do you know about Damascus?
Well, and please, anyone else, if you live in Multnomah County, you might even know that area well, but Damascus is, I would call it a neighborhood of an outer skirts of 205 and Happy Valley, and then you've got Damascus. It would have used to have been very rural. It's a changing neighborhood, so I think that you might have had a lot of farming communities in that area and still do, but there's been a lot of house building, and so honestly, it's a very changing neighborhood, but there still in Damascus would be quite a bit of farming community, quite a bit of rural parts of Clackamas County. You could probably pull up the map to see how far out it is from like 205.
So Damascus is right here. That helps.
So I'm struck by, it wasn't named in the sector plan, but okay, so now we know that it's a rural community, and so there's geographic issues, but it got a very high average score and sector. I mean, that's about as high as we've been seeing. So I don't know what to, I don't know why. It's probably mixed income if it's rural. Would that be?
I think so. I mean, and we could see this a lot. You all could see certain communities where some might look at Lake Oswego and say that's a really wealthy community, but you've really got both. You've got high poverty and wealth. So I'm assuming if they say in their application that they're going to be serving a priority population, they have access to them at this point, or know how to have access. Wilsonville is very much the same thing. All 3 of these communities in the certified family category have a mix of high poverty and high wealth. So in my opinion, I might suggest that we rank them in the order that they're in, because I don't have any more to go on other than their scores are already ranked in the proper order. The only thing would be Lulu has transportation, which would, in Wilsonville, it's pretty spread out. So that would make sense that they would need to have transportation. Damascus, I would say the same thing about. So this is hard, you guys.
It is hard. I agree. I agree with what you've said. I think that makes the most sense given the limited knowledge base that we can have about the priority populations that are really in each of these communities, because the applications just didn't articulate that as well, I think. I support your ranking.
The first 2 got really high sector plan scores, which means somebody thought they were aligning to the targeted populations when they reviewed. Okay, anybody want to change 1, 2, 3 ranking? If not, we get to move on to the 3 large programs, large organizations, excuse me.
So in this category, we have 2 current providers. So we have OCDC, Oregon Child Development Coalition. Out of 275, they got 262. And then Oregon Trail School District, out of 275, they came out 195. Then we have Gladstone School District, out of 225, is 189.
I have a clarifying question about OCD. So OCDC applied individual applications per region that they were applying for versus like an organization that applied for, they could have applied for 15, but they did it per, does that make sense?
Correct. Yeah, so with our RFA, the instruction was for all the applicants, if they apply in a different hub region, then they needed to do an application for that one. So I will say you're going to go ahead and see OCDC in different, because they are statewide, so we're going to go ahead and see them in different lists, so they were not put like in one list only.
And then I'm finding myself wanting Renee to do her fancy percentages on the Sandy Gladstone because of the way that is close and the ranking on the alignment. But Sandy was a priority area called out, and I don't know if Gladstone was. So that might rank them higher. But did you happen to do that fancy footwork there?
I did not. On the PDF I was looking at for this one, it didn't have Gladstone on there, and I can't actually see these tiny numbers on this one. So I will defer to someone else with a calculator.
Okay. So it's 189, that's 225, right?
So it's 84% of potential scoring for Gladstone and around 71% potential scoring for Oregon Trail School District.
And I will say again, Sandy's called out. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, but I'll say again that since Sandy is called out as a priority in the community in the sector plan, I might suggest this the 1, 2, 3 ranking like we did before based on that. In
Okay. The only other thing I noticed was that Sandy only got a 3.3 on the sector plan, and Gladstone got 4.5. But I'm still fine with 1, 2, 3. But it did strike me that 3.3 is relatively low. I don't know why the reviewers ranked, because it's a high priority area. So I don't know.
Bobby, did you want us to pull that up for the committee to see?
I think it's up to the. Are you curious why Sandy, why Oregon Trail School District got a 3.3 on their sector plan? Renee?
I'm just wondering because the Clackamas sector plan called out so many priority populations that I'm wondering if specific programs were serving some but not all of them, just because of where they were geographically, and that could actually drive down the sector plan score, even though they might have had a robust plan for those populations that they did plan to serve. So I think that's a caveat for regions that have identified so many that we might want to consider.
I have it pulled up if you'd like me to read Oregon Trail School District sector plan response.
Oh yeah, I'd love it.
Okay. So it says, we work with our early learning hub to identify and recruit families for our program. Latinx families are a priority population. Communications will be translated into Spanish to help reach our Latinx community. Sandy Grade School has a bilingual head secretary who is able to communicate with families and answer questions, and she works closely with the school principal with the Preschool Promise program. And that was their full answer for serving priority populations.
And they probably assume, like we are in Sandy, we're already listed in the thing, so don't have to list it again that we're in a priority area. I mean, it sounds to me like they check a couple of the boxes as far as alignment.
So, is there anybody who's opposed to 1, 2, 3 as currently proposed? All right, then I think we're ready for a motion to accept the rankings as proposed.
I motion to accept the rankings as proposed.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the rankings as proposed, and when we'll call the roll.
Okay. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Yes.
and I'll check to see, Danielle Pacifico Kogan, Robin Hill Dunbar,
Yes.
Carissa Palmer, I'll come back to Carissa. I think she's here. I sent her some stuff in chat box, so that I'll skip and come back. Hadia Miller,
Yes. Yes.
thank you, Hadia. Jill Ramirez, I'm sorry, Jill, there was a little background noise, I think, from another. Jill Ramirez
Abstain.
and Bobby Weber.
Yes.
Let's see if is Carissa Palmer back on? Carissa,
Yes.
is that? I'm sorry, Carissa, is that a yes to you're back on? And can you please confirm what your vote is on this motion?
That was a yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making assumptions there. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have one absent and one abstention, and the rest are all yes and no no's. So the motion passes, and we get to congratulate ourselves because it's not even 12:15, and we did that. So we will take. Yesterday we took a half hour, so I assume we should take a half hour today, and we will resume at 12:45. Have a good break. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, Sarah Bartlett.
Present.
Okay. Renee Brandon. Danielle Pacifico Kogan. Robin Hill Dunbar.
Present.
I know Carissa Palmer is out. Hadia Miller.
Here.
Thank you, Hadia. Jill Ramirez
Present.
and Bobby Weber.
Here. I think we aren't waiting for anybody.
I don't think so. Yep, and I'll just double check my emails to see, but I'll let things roll. Let Dana and you kind of take it, and then I'll see if there's any updates.
Okay. So Dana.
Alrighty.
Oh, Sarah has something.
Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, Dana, before we also get started with this beginning, the Center for African Immigrants, underneath those sector plan alignment, it just has like a little 5 right there. Is it supposed
Supposed to be 5.5. Yeah, it's a 5.
It is, okay. I just wanted to, just a clarification. I didn't know if it was going to be 3.5 or what.
No, it's a 5. I think we just have some opportunities here. There you go. Yeah, but it's a 5. So, Alrighty, so thank you for bringing that up. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Washington. So it's our early learning hub in Washington County. Their region is just Washington County. So just giving you just some brief history about this hub. We currently have 182 preschool promise slots in this region. We're looking for an expansion to an additional 150 to 250, bringing the total to 332 to 432. Total slots requested with all the applicants that we have there, there's a total 607 slots requested. This is another large hub, so we're going to have to take it, you know, in chunks. So we're going to go ahead and start with our first group, which is our certified childcare centers and culturally specific organizations. Right there at the top, in this group 1, we have a total of 8 applicants in this category. And then we move into, and out of those applicants, 2 of them are current preschool promise providers. And then once we move down to our second group, that's when we get into our certified family childcare, so registered family. Currently, we only have 1 certified family childcare, but as you can see, we have a lot of excitement there with Preschool Promise. We have a total of 21 certified and registered family who apply to be Preschool Promise providers. So definitely, we currently have 1, and we have 20 in total is 21 providers. Real brief, going into our larger entities. With we have a total of 5 applicants in that category, with 3 of them being current Preschool Promise providers. So I highlighted on the spreadsheet already those who are proposing to go ahead and do transportation. That was kind of a topic that kept coming up in the previous conversations. I've highlighted those. What I can do now is just move forward to the ECE sector plan. We'll go to the map, and then we'll come back and start looking at each group individually. Everything has been filtered by average score, largest to smallest, and then the ECE sector plan, largest to smallest too. So all 3 groups have been separated in that category. So we'll move on to Washington's sector plan. They've identified several priority populations, so I'm just going to go ahead and summarize. And just for your reference, you have the priority populations in one end, you have the geographic regions that they may be prioritizing, and then some family preferences. And this goes into the family, parents, boys there. So the first priority population is children of houseless or homeless families, children from single parent households with income 200% or below the federal poverty level, children from underserved communities of color, and then we have children of families with income 200 or at below the 200% federal poverty level. We have children ages 0 to 2 and children of families with multiple vulnerabilities. And then, as you can see on the second column, we have different geographic priorities. So for example, you know, for children of houseless or homeless families, is regional. It's that they're wanting to prioritize throughout the whole hub. Children from single parent households with income of 200% or at below the 200% poverty level, we have Beaverton School District, Forest Grove, Hillsborough, and Tiger Tualatin School District. In the second one, it looks like we have the same school districts, but they've added Sherwood School District for children from underserved communities of color. And then you can see, so it looks like if we look at their graph, Beaverton and Hillsborough is coming on most of their populations. And then we have some regional prioritization. We do have, as far as the parents, a lot of, I'm seeing a lot of language with trust in childcare providers. A provider speaks home language seems to be a trend here. Flexible hours, some additional considerations. Once again, we see the language provider speaks home language, children from same household are placed in the same site, cultural specific responsive care and education. So as you can see, lots of language, lots of flexibility here from the parents. Developmentally appropriate will be one that comes up. Any questions on this specific sector plan?
Well, it's more of a comment that it was helpful when they gave communities rather than whole school districts, because within a district, there are communities of high need and much lower need. So feedback to the hubs, most of them are giving us names of community. I guess the asterisk means that maybe if we were reading the whole 80 pages or whatever it is, they maybe did tell us which specific elementary catchment areas were the ones of concern. Anyway, we've got what we got, but that's pretty much, they pretty much are giving us Washington County.
Yes. Yeah, it does have the little asterisk, and it says a list of elementary school catchment areas can be found in the full plan. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map, see what we have going on the map. So pretty big county here. As you can see, everything's kind of concentrated here in this area. So you have Forest Grove, Cornelius, Hillsborough, Oaks Hills, Cedar Mill, Aloha, Beaverton, Tiger. So I'll just go ahead and zoom in. And if there's a specific area that you guys want me to zoom in, please let me know, or I'm just gonna zoom in wherever the little circles are. So let me know if there's a specific area. But as you can see, we have some, like there's only one in Sherwood here, out here, and most of them are kind of all over the county.
So this is a county with real extremes of high income and low income. So, and lots of people of color. And again, because of Intel, some high income and some very low. So it's an interesting part of the state.
Yes.
Very diverse.
Definitely. So there we go. Well,
I'm not seeing any Sherwoods on the workbook.
Yeah, that may be because on the map is showing the site. So that may be the one of the applicants who, and let me see if we can pull it up, who may be asking for several different sites. They're proposing to put one in Sherwood. But let's take a peek at it, see if it gives a little bit more. So this one's applicant's name is Sherwood CDC, and it's for 9 slots. So let me take a peek here. Yeah. There's a little. So it looks like it's one site that will be placed there, but they're only proposing 9 slots in Sherwood out of their total requested amount.
And who is it?
Let's take a look here. This one's a little bit of an opportunity because it only gives the site name, which the site name sometimes is a little bit different than the applicant's name, because it could be like Dana Young, applicant, but then it's the butterfly site in Kaiser, Oregon. So well, let me take a look, see if we can pinpoint a little bit. So yeah, that's the only opportunity that we may have there.
I think that's Child Development Center. So is there a Sherwood? Let's see. What were you trying to find? Do you want me to? I can look up the number to see, Dana, if you want.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
What was the number on the map on that site?
Take a look here. It doesn't give a number. It only says Sherwood CDC.
Okay, I'll do a little digging.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if we go back to our spreadsheet. So yeah, so as you can tell, we have several tools available for us. We have our map, we have the applications that we can definitely pull up. So one thing, just in case it caused any confusion, Cairo, remember they were in Multnomah, but they did a second application because they're wanting to go ahead and expand or add a site here in Washington County. How we classify, an entity like that is that they're given the 50 points in the county where they are a current preschool provider, but on an area where they're not a current preschool provider, they're not given the additional 50 points. It's just, so just point of clarification why they're not highlighted in purple is because in this Washington hub, we don't consider them a current provider.
Okay. And what did you decide about the 5? Was it 5.0?
Yeah, it's 5.0. Let me change to there. There you go.
Okay.
Now, just to clarify, so that was their score. It was just the formatting that was a little wonky there. Okay, I didn't decide. So there you go. Alrighty, so Bobby, how about I turn it over to you and we get started with group 1, which is our center base and those entities who identify themselves as culturally specific organizations.
Great. Okay. I'll start with an observation that our sector plans relatively high scores in this group. So other observations, what are people seeing? We have 2 existing programs. For some reason, the YMCA got only a 3.5 on their sector plan, although they're an existing program. So that's kind of surprising. Anyway, what else are people seeing?
Bobby, were you asking for us to do a little bit of ranking if we wanted to,
Well,
discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I was open to any kind of conversations, but if we're ready to rank, that would be great if somebody would start proposing ranking.
Okay, yeah, and we can definitely change up stuff. I mean, just from what I gather from what I'm seeing right now. I went with immigration and refugees is number 1. Center for African Immigrants is number 2. Forgive me for this name. It's Adelant Years. What you said, yes. Would be number 3. Then Young Men Association for number 4. And then I got Generation Montessori, number 5. Kids Academy, number 6. Mighty Hearts, number 7. And Forest Grove, number 8.
Okay.
so far, but up for whatever discussion. I just threw.
I'd like to hear more why you rank the two culturally specific organizations above the two existing preschool promise sites. Especially got such a high score. It got 271 out of 275, almost a perfect score, and a 4.5. So I'm really curious why you would put that 3.
I was going by the sector score, so those are like all around the same. So I was looking at that, okay, when I was doing it. So I was doing it by the sector as first, and then I went with the scoring. But we can change it. I mean, I was just.
Yeah, I mean that one's. It's that one thing. It's almost a perfect score and a high sector score. It seems like it should be ranked more highly to me.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Put it to number 1.
Do you want?
Bobby, I wonder, like, one, I really appreciate Sarah's approach, because it's like you're getting in there and making the like best guess as we get along, and so I always appreciate that you're willing to go there first. And I think we're really close on this one. The only thing that made me sort of like recalibrate in my mind is the perspective of the alignment score, because while it's so important, that's why it's its own column, that's why we need to really think about it when we make our ranking. It is included in the average score. It is only 5 points out of the total. And I'm looking to Gwen and Dana to say, no, Robin, you're wrong. But, and it has 10 total points?
Yeah. This is an average. We had to do an average because there were some applications that had a third reviewer. So we decided to do an average. So
I think my point is still that like it is included in the whole score in addition to its column, right? So when Adelante Mujeres has 271 in their average score, their 4.5, is that number averaged out of the 10, but is it reflected at all in the 271?
It is included in the 271 because the 271 is all of the scores that they got in all of the sections. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this is maybe irrelevant. It just seems like a recalibration of remembering the alignment is really important, because that's why, that's what we're trying to speak to. And the balance of that is one portion of the larger picture. In my mind, I was recalibrating, so I wanted to share out loud, which can be dangerous to share what's happening in your mind. So.
Robin, would it make you move any of the numbers around? When
it
you
would
think about.
Yeah, so with what you're saying, Bobby, which is Adelante has a very high average score, extremely high. And their sector score isn't low average, it's just, a half a point from what we've seen as the other 5s. I would probably keep them at the top, if that makes sense. But other than that, I think I agree with all of the ranking order that I saw Sarah point out.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Is there, Robin? I'm not sure I understood. Was there one who's in this list whose ranking you would change?
I think it was being changed as we were going along. So at this point, let me look at it. So Adelante's is 1, and I would agree with that. I might not understand why the Center for African Immigrants is, I'm trying to follow it across, is a 2 when their score and their sector score is lower than the one above them, which was a 208 and a 5. So I might make that one a 2.
Okay.
Just
reverse
those. Okay.
That becomes a 2, and that's
Okay.
10 to 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I don't know, would you take the YMCA, which is a current, and their score is higher, but you know, would you put them at a 4? And
They don't score higher because they're 220 of 275. So they're not, they don't really score higher than the other two.
okay. So it's a good position for them to be in then.
Right.
And then for the for the remaining, I just went from what I understood from Sarah, 5, 6, 7, 8. So is that is this captured properly?
What do you think, Sarah? And I would love to hear from others too.
Oh no, I'm good with it. Yeah, the threes. To be honest with you, I was going back and forth with it, so I kind of just like threw it in and wanted a little bit of feedback. To be honest with you.
That feels okay for you, the logic that we used?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Okay. Do we feel comfortable? I mean, you know, we can go back and change after we look at home-based and the others. But at this point, do we feel comfortable moving on?
Okay. Alrighty. So we're going to move down to our second group. So this are certified family and registered family all in one group. Let me go ahead and bring down our little key here. So we have it there. So we, as I mentioned, we currently only have one certified family childcare, and that entity scored 219 out of the 275, coming at a 4.0 on the ECS sector plan. So I think as I'm hearing the conversation is like we're like current providers and not current providers, and then we have everything, all of the other new applicants here. Let's take a look here. I highlighted. I'm not going to go one by one because we're going to spend the whole time here. But we have transportation. So I've highlighted some of those that are seeking transportation. We have some entities, you know, like for example, Learning Days Inc. They're proposing, you know, they're a certified family childcare for size 36. So I think that's the one within this group that is proposing like multiple sites. Most of them, it's only one site. We only have Amazing Minds 2 sites, 26 slots, and then we have Little Explorer Preschool and Daycare 2 sites, 12. And then we have First Steps Bilingual Preschool Childcare Education, so 2 sites and 30. As we can see from the city, so on this one, you know, and that's one thing to go ahead and know, like for hubs that is only like one county, then we're sorting by city, we're not sorting by the county since they're all like within the same county there. So lots of, you know, Aloha, we have 2 applicants in Aloha. Beaverton, we have quite a few, 4, 5, 6. Around 11 in Beaverton. Then we have some Tualatin Tiger and so on. So definitely Beaverton keeps coming up here in the applicant. So I'll turn it over to you all and open it up for discussion.
Where's King City? I don't know that.
Over by Tiger, Tualatin.
Okay.
So that will be.
Well, I'm struck by First Steps Bilingual. I mean, it's got the lowest ranking already, but they're proposing 2 sites in a certified family and 30 slots. That means they're proposing to be entirely preschool promise funded.
Let me double check. So 613.
Can't have more than 16 children in a certified family home. Anyway, that just, they're already got a low ranking, but that seems kind of problematic in to be asking to be totally funded. The very last one, first steps bilingual preschool. They're asking for 2 steps, 2 sites, 30 slots. And the most you could have in a certified family is 16.
Yes.
So,
so I went ahead and pull up their, sorry, I think I got interrupted there, my apologies. So I pull up their classroom configuration. So 2 things to go ahead and point out. It looks like so they have 2 locations. So they're wanting to go ahead and add a classroom in 1 location. One thing to go ahead and know, during our RFA open process, we were asked throughout the state, like, do I have to blend, or can I convert my entire business to preschool promise? And our direction is like, technically speaking, we couldn't say no. So what we recommended applicants is I propose a plan, but we want to ensure that preschool promise is not going to go ahead and result in any child being displaced from care, right? So many of the applicants, what they did is took a look at their model and say, yeah, it looks like most of my families will qualify for preschool promise. So then I will go ahead and then convert to preschool promise. So just adding a little bit of a clearance of what is it that we told them. We said, you don't have to, though we highly recommend it. So yeah, just add a little bit of information there, if it's helpful.
Sarah?
Yes, I cannot read Spanish. I do apologize for that. But in that, where you were at, did it say anything about how many children per site or anything?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sarah. Let me go ahead and go back up. And you know,
Sorry.
no, this is great. And then just to go ahead and let me.
They can't have 16 in a certified family home. So that's the limit. They'd have to open a new home to go. So that it's not like if they just added a classroom. This is a case of them converting everything.
So it looks like in site number 1, which is in Beaverton, they're wanting to put 10 preschool promise slots in there. And then in site number 2, well, this doesn't add up, because in site number 2, they're saying that's in Tiger and they're wanting to do 20. So I don't know if the applicant is getting confused with, I don't know what they're getting confused, but yeah. So that's what we have here. A little bit confusing.
Can they run
It says a center. It says their license is CC, not CF.
Yeah. However, they classify themselves as a
certified family?
Certified family, which their first license, let me take a look here. We're doing a little bit of digging. Maybe I missed it here, friends. Did we? Oh, right there. So one of them is a CF and the other one is a CC.
Okay.
Now, one thing that we noticed, and I think a review committee member suggested before, is that maybe they were doing like, oh, I have my home, but you know, if I get preschool promise, I'm gonna go ahead and open that center down the street. Or it looks like in this case, they do have a center. So Yeah, so I don't know how the committee wants to triage that.
Well, they shouldn't be both in this category, right?
Right.
Wouldn't they be in different categories?
Confusing. I don't know. One applicant running a certified family and a certified center. I don't know how you treat it.
Yeah, I would think that there would be two different applications.
They got a really low ranking, so maybe we shouldn't be spending, maybe all the confusion we have, the reviewers shared. So maybe we shouldn't be spending all this time on them because the reviewers gave them 55.
The unfortunate thing is they may have a higher ranking if they did have two applications, but I think you're right because of their ranking, and we shouldn't perseverate on it too long. And also, as far as the number of slots that they're requesting, I think we've agreed to not spend too much time worrying about the number if it's matches. So for those reasons, I think we could move on, but maybe something for application season next time to separate out centers from certified or from family categories.
Other reflections, or is somebody ready to start ranking on this group of certified family, certified and registered? It's hard to worry about geography in this hub because they really included everybody and they didn't break it down. So like Beaverton, I grew up there, and Beaverton contains very high income school districts and very, very, very low, and somewhere almost none of the children speak English. And anyway, I mean, it's really diverse. So to call it one thing doesn't tell us. We would have had to go deep into their sector plan to know what they.
The other thing that I'm noticing on their sector plan is that that they're wanting flexible hours, offering nights and weekends, yet we have, 4 family child care providers, registered family child care providers, I think, and it would be nice to know how many of those certified family providers were offering extended hours of care, extended days. And I thought I saw something, I wish we could capture infant and toddler slots that they were seeking. Just seems to be a real high need. Maybe not so much in this sector plan. I thought I saw it there, but maybe I didn't.
It was in the sector plan.
Was it in? I thought I saw it, but I went back right now. I couldn't find it. But I think that those things, the flexible hours and nights and weekends, infant toddler care, seems to typically fall more to registered family child care, but not always. So it would be nice if
Jill, certified family, a lot of them that specialize in the non-traditional hours and meeting diverse needs. So when, from the subsidy program, we've looked at that, and certified family has kind of made a niche of reaching those families with the crazy schedules and anyway.
Might see
so registered also, but certified.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't.
I was just asking people to make sure and read the chat note.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to be, I'm trying to manage the chat. I'm going to send a chat box out to the public and informing the public that we're unable to receive public comment in the chat box, but that they should be submitting any public comment to angela.stinson@ode.state.us.or.us. So I'll put that on the chat box, but so that so that we're able to receive any public comment, but that the chat box is not the method to do that. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
so
Jill, you started to tell us something, but I didn't get it.
I was kind of seeing, maybe not, and I defer to you because you're the researcher. I sort of see the trend of people maybe almost not intentionally becoming registered, and then they kind of grow into that role. And as they feel more empowered, they seem to do better with, you know, their business acumen. It seems like where I travel that they reduce their hours a little bit. They become more center-like when they become certified family, and that's probably just my experience here. And I see more of the flexibility in registered family. I just didn't want to lose sight, but that's great to know. I mean, it's very important to know that certified family is a viable option for that as well.
Yeah, I think they both do. They both that. Not all of them. So, you know, just like everything, there's variance there, but
one thing to add, Dana here, you know, because we spent a lot of hours providing TA, and one of the questions that came up is, do I have to offer before and after care in order to like qualify? So what we said is a business decision, right? You know, definitely if you do, go ahead and offer it, but it won't. So that was the guidance that we gave, that it was really a business decision whether they could or not. I think for, you know, you're talking a little bit about that stability of businesses. I think many of our smaller entities, they're looking for that stability in their business. So they're seeing like, okay, if I can get a steady income every month, right, kind of moving on to that. But we really detail that RFA, which is your business decision. How does Preschool Promise really meet your business model, right? Getting them to go and think about that. So for many of them, it was really just looking as like, how do I implement it, or how do I not graduate, but how do I help? Because they have big hearts. You know, I always use this notion across the states. I think with some of these entities, they have the regular price, but a family comes in, they may not be able to pay the full rate. So they're like, it's okay, you can just come on. So I think a lot of them are looking for that stability. But for that, you know, whether they offer before or after care, we left it as a business decision for them to do it. So.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a note that sort of maybe an overarching note about the difference between registered and certified family. I think that I'm so happy to see that registered family is included in these opportunities because of the family choice, because that certified family can sometimes start to be in many cases like certified centers. You know, there's sort of that blend, and I hear like what you're saying, Jill. Some families really are preferring a registered family, because it still has this very home-like setting, and so can certified. So none of these statements are certainly meant to wash across all. But I just love that the registered family is included in these applications, because they do represent a smaller population. And with our potential numbers and ratios in the future with COVID-19 implications, like it makes me wonder if families may even, smaller settings will even be more utilized than they have been. I don't know, but I just wanted to make a statement that registered family shouldn't be compared to certified as sort of less in any way, but definitely another family choice and a very high quality choice many times.
Hi, committee. I just want to jump in as we're at 1:30 and we have a goal end time of 3:30. I just want to point that out and hopefully let that move us forward a little bit.
Okay.
I do have, regarding the rankings, I do have some of the rankings if you wanted me to
Go, Sarah.
propose that. Okay. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying with everything that you guys have been saying to me. So the first one I had was Education Explorers. Was number 1, and then I had Blossoming Minds. Little Explorers Preschool.
Little Explorers. So that's
Number
3.
130. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Little Angels. Amazing Minds. Then I have Learning Days.
Learning Days 6.
Yeah. And then Estrellitas Childcare.
Estrellitas? Which
Yeah.
application? 313?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 7, right?
Yeah. And then I had Roxy's Preschool is number 8. Little Ants, number 9.
Just a minute, Roxy's or
Yeah.
Rosa?
Hang on.
Roxy's Preschool.
Below.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Dana.
Go ahead.
Roxy's is number 489.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a hard time hearing because there's a couple people. So. Okay, so should we
Roxy's
start up again, Sarah, from the beginning?
Huh?
Can we start up?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could start at the very beginning. So I have number 1 is Education Explorers. Blossoming Minds.
Okay.
Little Explorer.
Little Explorer.
Little Angels.
4 is little. Hold on. Okay, I did that. It's a spider, so hold on. 4. 5.
Okay, and Amazing Minds. Number 6 is Learning Days.
Okay.
Number 7 is Estrellitas Childcare.
So application 313?
Yes.
Okay, 8?
And then I have 8 is Roxy's Preschool.
Okay, so that's where...
Which is right below Estrellitas.
Estrellitas, okay,
Okay. Then number 9 is Little Ants.
Where's the little ones? What's the application number?
654.
Okay, so that's 9.
Number 10 is Itsy Bitsy.
Okay.
Okay. And then number 11 is Rosa Della.
Okay.
Number 12 is Camp Anita's Daycare. Camp Anita's.
Okay, Campanitas,
Yes. Number 13 is the Little Train Daycare.
13. The little train, okay.
Number 14 is Mom Cachito Daycare. Cachito.
Okay. Okay.
15 is Little Hands Bilingual.
Okay.
And then I have number 16, Owl's Nest.
Okay.
17 is Kids Cafe.
Okay.
18 is Young People. And that's just all as far as I gotten so far. Because these other ones are.
Okay. Well, there you go. We made it to 18. So thank you for your patience there. I got a little lost. And just so everybody knows, so we do have Angela keeping track of the ranking too. So there's 2 people. That way we can cross-reference, make sure that we didn't miss anything. Well, this is, it's quite the project here. So, okay.
I have a question about Amazing Minds. Got a pretty high, 219 of 275, and a 4, and it's number 5 based on, I assume it's based on its sector alignment score, and it's an existing program. So I don't know. It just raises questions in my mind whether it should be that low. I understand
that it's Aloha.
Yeah, and Aloha is pretty low income. It's very diverse. I forget how many languages they have in the Aloha school, but it's a lot. A lot of immigrants, refugees. There are mosques all over, in Aloha. So I would assume that Aloha is a high priority community. I don't know. Other people, what do you know? I haven't lived in Washington County for a long time, but my family lives there, so I'm in and out all the time. But I don't consider myself a Washington County expert. I just am in and out.
I wonder what some of our committee members that we can't see, it's easy to forget that we haven't heard from them in a while. I just wonder if they have any thoughts, as Multnomah County is a neighborhood to Washington County, and there's others that might represent knowledge of that area.
I mean, I know some things, but I don't think I know enough to, to talk about that. But what I am trying to figure out is, are we being consistent is what I'm worried about, because it feels like sometimes, we just go by the sector plan and then, so I'm not really sure how we're doing that. And if we're, and does the sector plan override the average score? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
My understanding from listening to people is that we've been doing sector score combined with average score. So some kind of balancing plus heavy weighting on community. Now, whether we are 100% consistent, that's a great question. I don't know, but those are the 3 things. When I listen to people say why they want to put it someplace, the 3 reasons are sector combined with average and giving a high priority to a community that is high need.
Okay.
In this case, we can't really have as much information as we would like because the sector plan named the whole county through their school district.
Oh, okay.
So, so.
And I think we're also looking at transportation some in there as a 4th.
Right. Right.
Sarah, did you have something to add?
Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
For me, what I was doing with this one, also, I was taking into account of what Renee has stated earlier about with one of them was like 75% for their score, and the other one was 90%. So we raised one of them up to being ranking of 2, or I think it was 2 or 3 or something on those lines. Is the reason why I also put Aloha, so Amazing Minds, at number 5, because I was taking into account of that when I was looking at the average score compared to the other one, which was, what was this one?
It's
Little
79.
Angel.
Yeah, well, the Amazing Minds is got 79% of, or at least that's what it looks like to me, 79% of 275.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually 80, 7.796 is what my.
So basically 80%. Okay.
But they were at 80% of their possible points.
Right.
That's pretty high compared to, I mean, we've had some that were a little bit higher, but yeah, we had some that got close to the top.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think in home-based. And we're trying to think about them in like groups.
Mm-hmm.
And this group has less ability to have grant writers than the larger programs.
So, Bobby, would you move it up? Like, what rank would you put them at then?
I don't know. That's a great question. I'd probably like a 3, but then, and just adjust. I don't know. I'd rather hear. And I'm not sure anybody else thinks they should move up. I mean, that was just mine. So I don't want us moving them based on my opinion. It was just something troubling me.
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
So we're at 18. So we do still have 3 more providers here that we need to go ahead and do ranking on. So just a gentle reminder there.
I would put for 19, I would do Heather's Little Darlings. And then My Little Rainbow would be number 20.
I'm sorry. I totally missed it. I had a distance learning opportunity here. What was the ranking?
Oh, no, you're fine. So with the Heather's Little Darlings will be number 19.
Okay, Little Darlings. Okay, 19. Mm-hmm.
And then My Little Rainbow would be 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then 21 would be First Steps Bilingual Preschool.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about
that. But I'm all up for changing it if anybody thinks it needs to be changed.
I'm in agreement with Bobby that 5 seems low for the first one there that's been current preschool promise. I don't know if I have a suggestion other than it seems a little bit low if we could switch it with one that makes sense to others. Other than that, I like the ranking overall, and I would move forward with that. Sorry.
I think what I would suggest, just to help moderate, is that if you feel comfortable sort of with the top 5, but you feel like there needs to be a little bit of movement in that group, maybe just kind of, focus on maybe that grouping, and then, and that's instead of being overwhelmed by all 21, right? So if that's where you think the movement needs to happen.
It's a really good reminder of the top 5. Does that feel about right? You get in the weeds and you forget the whole picture.
Yeah, and Dana, maybe you could highlight those just to help the committee members pick them out. It's with such a long list, it is a little visually distracting sometimes. So thank you, Dana.
So how about if, I'm just going to throw this out. the current 3 is Little Explorer. They did get a 4.5, but they got a 175 out of their 225. And how about if they become 5 and Amazing Minds becomes 3? I'm just throwing that out, by the way. I'm just trying to, Amazing Minds just seems too low.
So just for clarification, I'm putting Amazing Minds at 3, right? And then switching Little Explorers to 5.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so 3 and 5.
Could
Now
you
look at it. It's to follow our principles.
I was just going to ask if you could read down the rankings. It's very small for me.
Okay, so we have, let's take a look here. I have number 1, I have Education Explorers, who is the number 1. Number 2, Blossoming Minds.
Dana, do you think you could just read the numbers down? It's because I get lost in trying to find them on the little sheet and then going back up by the time you get.
So reading the numbers down.
Like Amazing Minds, if it ended up being number 3, did you say? So if you could go.
Okay, so I have 3, 1, 2. Then we have 10. I don't know if you already mentioned that one. And then 4, 6, 5. You want me to go all the way down? Yep. Nope. Yes. Jill, do you want me to go all the way down or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. 11, 7, 8, 15, 12, 13, 9, 14, 16, 18, 17, 19, 20, 21.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
No worries. So, do we feel comfortable moving to the next group?
Yes.
That's okay.
Okay. That was hard.
And how about
yes from
Rob? Those on the phone, Dia or?
Yeah, I guess I'm still uncomfortable when we look at the sector plan that's really connected to what the community wants. And so I really am struggling with the shift that we just made just based on that sector plan scoring. So I just want to put that out there.
So does that mean you prefer to not move Amazing Minds to 3? Is that the switch that is concerning you?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, I think we should. The one thing, 219 was 80% of their possible score.
No, I get all of that, but I just keep thinking that the sector plan is really connected to what the community wants. And that's where I'm struggling with. And so, if you look at that in terms of the average score, again, we may be just looking at someone's ability to write for a grant. So that's why I'm saying I'm just really struggling, because I really feel like the sector plan says a lot about how that program aligns with what the community wants.
So shall we just move back to where Sarah had it? Amazing becomes 5 and Little Explorer becomes 3. It's fine with me. We're trying to be consistent in our reasoning. Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't see Dana make the switch. Was that a request?
She did make the switch.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry. You were so fast, Dana. Thank you.
Okay. So we have, let me just review the top 5, just to make sure, you know, we're in sync. So I have 1, Education Explorers, 2, Education Explorers in Beaverton. Then we have 2, Blossoming Minds in Beaverton. 3, Little Explorer Preschool in Beaverton. 4, Little Angels in Beaverton. And 5, Amazing Minds in Aloha. Are we good? Good. Thumbs up. Okay. Well, let's move. Oops. Let's move over to our 3rd group. Let's go ahead and scroll down. This one's a small group. Let me go ahead and bring down our key if we need it. So for this one, we have. Let me take a look here. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller here, so just bear with me. So we have 3 current preschool promise providers. So we have Forest Grove School District, 270 of the 275 with a 5.0 on their sector plan. They're in Cornelius. We have Hillsborough School District, current provider, 258, 4.5 on the sector plan. And Oregon Child Development Coalition, they're in Cornelius, 257, 5.0. And then we have 2 new applicants, which is the Beaverton School District, coming at 223 out of 225 with a 5.0. And that Tiger Tualatin School District, 182 of 225 with a 3.8. So turn it over to you.
Any observations to begin with, or is somebody ready to rank? Either way. Well, I know that these guys got really high scores. I mean, 270 of 275 and 223 of 225. These big programs are writing. Sarah?
So I started off with the ranking.
Mm-hmm.
I had put Forest Grove as number 1.
Mm-hmm.
OCDC is number 2. Hillsborough, number 3. Beaverton, number 4. And Tigard, number 5.
Okay.
Any comments? I'm curious why, with a 4.5, Hillsborough went ahead of Beaverton. Was it because they both have high high scores? You know, just can you just talk about it?
Yes. So I went with the sector plan alignment first. So that one was the 5.0, and since they're only 1 point difference between the two, is why I differentiated, putting the Oregon Child Development as number 2, and then I went and did Hillsborough number 3.
Just for clarity, I want to make sure I'm capturing it all properly here, because I don't know if maybe I may have had a little hiccup here, because what I understand, Bobby, is your question is the Beaverton School District, they did 223 out of 225 with a 5.0. You're wondering why was that I did 4? Was that supposed to be a 4 or a 3? Sorry, just want to make sure I capture it properly.
So that was my question, Dana.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to,
because I think, Sarah, you referenced OCDC, but she,
Oh,
talking about
I
the
think
Beaverton School District, in comparison to the Hillsborough School District.
so she wants to know why Beaverton went to 4 slot compared to Hillsborough being number 3.
yeah, that's right. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, because of the average score being as the 223, and because it's only a half a point, so I went with the sector score. I do the sector score first, but because there was a little bit of a gap between the two average scoring is why I adjusted those to where I put Hillsborough School District as number 3, and then I put Beaverton as number 4.
Beaverton is a new program, so they would have had, significantly more points had they been a
That
preschool
is very
program.
true. That is very true. Thank you.
It may be just a
Yeah,
point
they
of
both did.
clarification, because I think maybe, there's so many providers, right? So I just want to clarify. Beaverton School District is 223 out of their maximum of 225. And then the ones in purple are out of 275, and the ones in black are 225. If that adds to anything or just confuse everybody. And
Yeah, so this whole ranking needs to be changed then. My little hiccup.
No.
My bad.
Is there, do you want a moment, Sarah? Does somebody else want to, based on that, make an adjustment?
I'd move Beaverton to 3 and Hillsborough to 4. I mean, applying our criteria. Sector plan first, but then it's higher in sector plan, and it's an almost perfect score. It's 223 of 225. So I would move it to 3 and Hillsborough to 4, because we don't know anything that says. The other thing we've been trying to play is community, and we don't know specifics of community.
Sorry, Bobby. Yeah, I do agree with you, Bobby, on that one of changing those two.
I also wanted to note that the Hillsborough has 80 slots requested. So and again, I'm just sharing with you the way that my brain is thinking about it is, would more children be served with this one than this one? Is this more of a priority population than this one and that one? And so I'm fine with the ranking, because I still think they're all, I mean, there's not very many of them in that category, and the top 3 or so are, I agree with, but those are the additional thoughts that I have. And I am going to stay on the call till we vote on this one, but then I will be dropping off.
Okay. So let me ask if any to make any changes before we ask for a motion. Okay, I would welcome a motion to accept the rankings for the 3 groups as described in the workbook.
I'll second the motion.
Who made the motion? I said I would welcome a motion.
That was me that made the secondary. Oh, did you not make the motion? I'm sorry.
No, I need somebody to make the motion.
I motion to accept the ranking that we have ordered.
And I'll secondary that motion.
Is there any discussion of the proposed rankings? So Gwen, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. On this vote, Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
thank you, Sarah. And I'll say Renee, but I think she's not here. Renee Brandon. Not sure. Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
I came back on the call, but I feel like I should recuse myself because I did not listen to the entirety of the process.
Okay, thank you. I thought you might be back on, Danielle. Welcome back. So that's an abstention. Okay. Robin Hill Dunbar.
Yes.
Carissa Palmer. I believe she's not here, but I just want to capture that in a minute. Carissa. Hadia Miller.
Yes.
Jill Ramirez.
Abstain.
And Bobby Weber.
Yes. So we have basically three absence, one abstention, and the remaining votes are all yes without any no's. But the number is small, but I think it still passes, right? It's all yeses, no no's.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we can capture that. Yeah. What we can do is, Bobby, I can capture that and I can just check on that after, but not to slow it down now. And if we did need to come back and bring others up to speed on it to make sure that we have enough, I will let the committee know. But at this point, we'll hold that.
Okay.
And
All right,
committee,
thank you.
at this point, we're at 2 p.m. Would you like to take your planned break?
I think people need a break, if no more than to stand up, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
And move on. So we will be back, let's say 2:15. It's a little bit shorter break.
Okay.
All right, see ya soon.
Hey, welcome back. Sarah Bartlett.
Present.
Okay. And we know Renee is out. Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Present.
Thanks for joining us again, Danielle. We know Robin's out. Is Carissa Palmer back with us? Hadia Miller.
Here.
Thank you, Hadia. Jill Ramirez.
I'm here.
And Bobby Weber, sorry.
Here. So,
Two different names.
so we've got 5 and Carissa joining after her 1 o'clock meeting. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's what it appeared to be in her message. So, but like I said, she said she had a meeting at 1. So but it didn't say what time she would be rejoining us. So maybe I'm being positive, and but hopefully she'll be able to join us. I'm not sure how long that meeting of hers will last. But we do have 5 of our 8 present.
Okay, so I guess my question is, of those of us who are here, do we think any of us will have to abstain?
I will have to abstain in the Eastern Oregon.
How about Northwest?
The next one? Northeast? Northwest.
Hopefully,
No, I don't have to abstain. I don't have to.
You don't have to.
I don't have to abstain from the next one. The following one, I will.
Okay.
And Bobby, just as a reminder this morning that there was Jill identified an actual conflict of interest, so she has been abstaining. But any other, what was I going to say? There were the only other 3 conflicts of interest that were identified this morning were potential. So that does not, limit their ability to participate.
Right. Right. So, okay. 5 of 8 feels like that's enough representation. Sarah?
Okay, what group are we working with this time?
Northwest Early Learning Hub.
And is Polk County in that?
No.
No? Okay, I just wanted to double check on that. Okay.
It's Classic, Columbia, and Tillamook. All right, Dana, we're ready to.
Alrighty. Well, let me unpause here my screen. Alrighty. Well, thank you all. We finished 2 of our largest hubs, so I feel that the next hub should go a little bit smoother now that we've done 2 really big ones. So we'll go ahead and get started here. So just for the rest of the afternoon, like we mentioned, we have Northwest Early Learning Hub, Eastern Oregon, and Blue Mountain are the only ones that we have left for today. We have some tomorrow. So let's get started with Northwest Early Learning Hub. So they cover Clatsop, Columbia, and Tillamook counties. We do have current Preschool Promise providers there. We have 105 Preschool Promise slots. We're looking for an expansion of 75 or less, so increasing that to 180 slots or less there. We have a request of 228 requested slots for this region. As you all can see, we have 3 different groups. We have 1 certified child care center. Our second group is 2 applicants, a registered family and a certified family. And then our third group, which is composed of a federally Head Start and school districts in this area. So, that we'll go ahead and follow the same process. This is the hub summary, the groups that we're going to be working on. As you can see, we have 6 current Preschool Promise providers in this hub region that have decided to go ahead and apply for Preschool Promise. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and open up Northwest sector plan and just kind of give you a brief summary. So we'll go ahead and start from that top. Prairie populations, children of color, and they've identified some geographic regions, the Seaside, Rainier, St. Helens, Scappoose, Nicotine, and my apologies if I'm not pronouncing that, Tillamook, Testuca Valley is another one. And then for the second prairie population, we have children who are emerging bilinguals in the same geographic area. Third prairie population, we have children in low-income families, 200% or at below the 200% poverty level, as well as children in geographic isolated communities where access to early childhood and education is limited. And then we have children under the age of 3. So very, for children under the age of 3 is just a regional priority there. For the first 2 is the same areas that I mentioned. I will say that the third one, children living at or below the 200% poverty level with limited access. We have, once again, Tillamook, Nestucca Valley, Nicotine, Seaside, Vernonia, Scappoose, Jewel, Napa, Westport, St. Helens, and Rainier. As we can see from some of those family preferences, I apologize, there are lots of security, children that are safe, some additional considerations We have parent meetings or events with interpreters and scheduled to accommodate parent work hours, speech therapy in Spanish. We have access to affordable and accessible childcare, support for children with developmental delays. And then looking, I'm just giving you a summary, so a lot of information here. Alternative scheduling and extended care types of programs here. And it says that offer after-school preschool option programs with longer evening hours and programs with weekend hours. So lots of that there. Any questions on the sector plan before we move into the map? Or is there an area that you want me to focus here? And my apologies, I think I just lost it. Okay, there you go. Any questions before we move into the map? No? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move to the map here. Once again, let's just go ahead and keep in mind within that fluorescent blue color. So as you can see, we have providers. Definitely in this hub region, providers are kind of far from each other there along the state. So we have one down here that will be Nestica Valley School. That's in Cloverdale City. And then right here in Tillamook, that's where we have, let me take a look here. 3 different requests there for Tillamook. Let me take a look here. We have Tillamook School District, and it looks like they have their, and then Candy's Childcare is what we have there. And then if we move a little bit up, we have some additional slots right here. Is there anywhere on the map where you guys want me to zoom in or zoom out? Or is this enough for you all?
Can you zoom in a little bit on Rainier? Just kind of like the geographical context of kind of how far it is from everything else, and as well and secondly, Jewel.
Perfect. Let me.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, this is good. And please bear with me. I think I'm looking at Gwen so she can tell me move up or left or right. Let me just go ahead and put it right here. So that was Jewel.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Jewel. That's not it, is it?
Think,
nope.
No. But why don't you find Rainier first? Rainier's more north and a little bit east in the.
We found Jewel.
In the
So
region.
Here. So just a moment. So it will be right here. This is Jewel right here. So for there. So Jewel's right there. And then we have that one right there. Let me take a look here. And you want Rainier? No, that's not it.
Rainier is up along the Columbia, on the north end of the north part of the. So it's a little bit. I don't know if it's kind of heading east from Astoria. So if you kind of zoom out.
Okay, let's take a look here.
There you go. So Rainier. Let's see, you've got Astoria. So I think if you head a little bit more east, so move to your right a little bit.
Okay. Wow.
There you are. I think.
Oh,
see that
we found
dot at the top. You got it?
Yeah, we got it here.
Oh, yeah, I think.
Right there.
Yep.
So it's very near St. Helens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Scappoose is near there too, right?
Correct. Yep.
Correct.
Scappoose and St. Helens, Rainier, they're kind of in a line.
Does anybody know if these are small communities?
Rainier is really small, and so is Jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I don't think any of these are big.
No, and Nitsuka is really small too.
In fact, I don't think in this list of priority communities, I mean, I wouldn't even call Tillamook big. I don't know what the population will look,
but it doesn't as like it wouldn't qualify as like rural. It would be more like geographically remote.
Oh. Maybe that would be a good description for this whole hub.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got mountains and river. You know, there are real characteristics of the land that must have the ocean, the river, and the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
This is an area that is very much influenced by the land.
I'm going to go ahead and open up there the worksheet there. I'm hearing some noise. I don't know if it's just me or something.
I'm hearing it as well, which is cutting out when you guys are talking, so I'm getting half of what you guys are saying to me.
Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I think it stopped there. Okay, good. No, that it was just me. Thank you. So we are going back to our worksheet. So we only have one certified childcare center that applied. That's a current provider. That's Monkey Tree Early Learning Center. They're requesting 20 slots for one site, no transportation. Over average score is 258 out of their 275 with a sector plan alignment of 4.0. And then we have our registered and certified family, group 2. That one is a current provider, which is Simply Kids Preschool, 242 of 275 with a 4.5 on the ECE sector plan alignment. And then we have Mrs. Fields Place Childcare and Preschool, requesting 6 slots. That's certified family childcare. 198 of 225 with a 5.0 on the sector plan. And so if you guys want to take a look at maybe group 1 and 2, and then we can move on to group 3.
So I was thinking Monkey Tree would be obviously 1.
1.
And then I would put Miss Fields as 1, and then Simply Kids Preschool as number 2. Put them up for discussion.
Okay. Any discussion on that group 2?
I do like that Ms. Fields has a transportation component to that. It's the only registered family child care program in the whole hub for the Simply Kids Preschool. I don't know, maybe I would agree with Sarah. They're pretty close, but the Simply Kids was already a preschool promise program. scored fairly high. I might give it to Simply Kids Preschool. But
Okay. Which one would you, so you would keep the same order, Jill?
I think I would do Simply Kids Preschool first. And then Mrs. Fields, although I don't know, I would need to dive into a little bit more into who they're serving. I want to know that because they were definitely looking at Spanish, definitely looking at children of color.
Would you like for me to bring up their application? And if so, which one? Simply Kids or Mrs. Fields? And we can bring up both. I'm not sure which one do you want me to
I'd
bring
like to see Simply Kids because I think that'll tell me what I need. I'm kind of on the fence, but
so we have Simply Kids, current preschool promise provider. Let's take a look here. So that's for one site. Register family. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down to their sector plan section. So survey and prior population. So we have, they wrote quite a lot. So I'll go ahead and read some of it, but it's up there for all of you guys to read it. So it says Astoria is located in the northwest corner of Oregon at the confluence of the Columbia River and the Pacific Ocean. The median income of Astoria household is $44,747, below the federal median annual income of $61,937. So that's the data there. So on average, a family making the state median income of $60,217 will have to spend 18% of their income to cover the cost of child care for an infant and 13% of their income for toddler care. So that just speaks to some of the data. So let me see if we can find a little bit more as far as their some of that priority. It says communities with a large proportion of families and children living in poverty are particularly hard pressed by this cause. 20% of the population of Astoria consists of children under the age of 18, and 5.5% are under the age of 5. So I'm trying to go ahead and skim here, see where.
I'm trying to look for words of language, words of children of color, infant, toddler.
We have some information here, and I just want to go ahead and clarify. I'm just skimming through. You definitely read that whole thing. We have here for families who are non-English speaking or speak English as a second language. SKP has a variety of support resources working in collaboration and partnership with the Lower Columbia Hispanic Council in Astoria. SKP connects families with a variety of helpful resources serving our local Latinx community. Additionally, families who require transportation services are connected to area resources through the local child care resource and referral branch, NWRESD, and other community services.
So does that sound like they don't provide those services like in-house, but they have partners in the community who can?
It's, let me see. From what I'm reading, and this and others may have a different approach, is that yes, they have strong partnerships out there in the community. I can go ahead and bring up Mrs. Fields if you want that. It's a comparison there.
I think I would, yes.
Okay. So let me 731.
Because they're specifically asking for more Spanish-speaking teachers and staff, not only just partners and community support. It felt more hands-on care and education.
So on this one here, so I'll read a couple of sentences here. It says the Norwest Early Learning Hub CC sector plan identified the following prior populations for a community: children of color, emerging bilingual children, low-income families, 200 or at below the poverty level, and geographically isolated communities. St. Helens is situated on the confluence of 4 rivers, 30 miles from Portland, and according to the census has a population close to 14,000 with 92% of the residents identifying as white and 18% living in poverty. St. Helens community does not have enough preschool options, publicly funded or parent paid to serve families' needs and preferences. Mrs. Fields will serve these populations with providing increased access to a full day program that takes place 5 days a week in a welcoming environment. So this just speaks to some of that model. I don't know if do you want me to keep reading?
Well, I mean, telling us the need and not telling us what they're going to, what population they're going to serve is confusing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bottom paragraph says to best meet the needs of both the children and family, we deliver services that are supportive and flexible. Some children may need additional individualized accommodation and support to participate fully in play and learning activities. The preschool teacher will work with the individual families to determine the needs of their children through ongoing and open communication about their child's routines, play experiences, preferences, and other pertinent information. The preschool teacher provides individualized attention and learning activities based on the family feedback, as well as other formal and informal observations. And then it's referrals to community organizations to best meet the needs of the child and family.
Mm-hmm.
So one is in St. Helens, or no, where is she?
Near St. Helens.
One is in Columbia County, and the other one is in Platsville.
Told us where it was in Columbia. She's St. Helens, or I forgot already where she told us she was.
Oh,
let me go ahead and bring it up here. So Mrs. Fields
is in Columbia. What town?
That's what I'm looking for. So just a moment here. That will be St. Helens.
Okay, so she's in St. Helens, and Simply Kids is in Astoria, if I understood what she said. I don't know if that. These two are very close. I'm not seeing much difference in any of our criteria.
I'm not seeing how they scored. I didn't read through it all. How they scored as high as they did, if the basic color, language, and income wasn't met. And I heard income a lot, but I didn't hear the other two. And so, I don't know. Either way is fine with me.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, I'd almost defer to let that one that's already program continue, because we don't have any, it's just, I don't know. So whatever.
So Bobby, are
when
you suggesting that the Simple Kids Preschool that is already a current provider, that you would suggest putting that as number one, and then the new applicant is two?
Yeah, for continuity, because we can't find any discernible difference on our criteria between the two.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and move to group 3, which is the school districts and federal Head Start program.
Dana,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to wait for a pause, but I appreciate you moving on. I just wanted to welcome back Carissa. She was able to join us at the beginning, right when we started with Northwest Early Learning Hub. So I just wanted to let the other team members or committee members know that she is back in the group, and wanted to recognize her.
Yay.
Yay, yay, Carissa.
Alrighty, so we'll move to our third group. So I'll, as I mentioned, we have 4 current preschool premise providers and 3 applicants. I just realized that I didn't highlight it, that transportation, since that has been a topic for conversation. So Bobby, I'll turn it over to you so we can start doing some rankings on this one.
Okay. What are thoughts? What do you see when you look at this?
I think for me, a big piece is Jewel in Clatsop, just because it seems super geographically remote. And then I think of Astoria because of the diversity of their student body, as well as the parents needing that support for childcare so they can work, and they're really like dependent on canneries, fishing, as well as tourism. So it's like I just see like the extreme needs there as well. So those 2 really stand out for me.
Okay.
Would you, this is Danielle, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Sorry, my son is in the background and he's making lots of fun noises.
So Danielle, who would you give a 1, and who would you give the 2?
I'm not quite, I mean, I feel like Astoria across the board has higher scores, and it also, the sector plan alignment and the score is really great. So I'd give them a high score, and I would also give Jewel a high score as well, because of that, the geographic remoteness is a big deal. And then I also just think of Rainier. Even though Rainier is incredibly close to St. Helens, it is still a distance, especially in winter months. And I visited out their programs, and I visited St. Helens, and it's not a matter that all the programs are quality programs, but I think even that distance on Highway 30 in the winter makes a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean you'd give Rainier a 3?
Oh, yes.
Okay. There you go. And what about 4?
Maybe Seaside, because of the similar dependence on tourism and the and canneries for parents, and the diversity of kids, and the emerging English language population. And I think Seaside also serves, if I'm not wrong, more indigenous, or it has an indigenous population as well. So I just wanted to lift that up too, but I could be wrong, so I don't want to miss.
And 5?
About St. Helens?
5 St. Helens. 6?
Maybe Community Action Team.
Okay.
I think so too.
And then that will leave 7 for Tillamook. Okay.
Right.
Mr.
For Nestucca. Oh, yeah.
I think the one point to make about Nistika and Tillamook is that Tillamook, from my understanding, like many other places in Oregon, is a childcare desert, and they have really a hard time getting care. So even though I agree with the ranking, I just want to note that on the coast they are truly a childcare desert. So, and a early childhood education desert.
And while you were working on groups 1 and 2, I looked up for some of these multi-site applicants in this grouping. The Nistika Valley School District plans to have one of their sites in Cloverdale, which is south of Tillamook, on 101, on Route 101, but north of Neskowin. So it's, kind of in between there, heading south, and then 3 of their sites in Tillamook, and then 2 in the Rockaway Beach area. So, and yeah, so I was just trying to get a little more information. Then the new applicant community action team, which is the federal Head Start, they plan, their site is in, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, I apologize, Clatskanie, maybe that's right. It's west of St. Helens and east of Astoria, so sort of in between.
Clatskanie,
on Route 30 there, in between. Yeah. How do you pronounce it?
Clatskanie?
Clatskanie, thank you.
Clatskanie.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have proposed rankings. Has everybody got them? 3, 5, 1, 6, 4, 7, 2.
Yep, that's what I have here.
Any conversation about maybe thinking somebody should be moved? I think, just an observation. We're ranking 2 of the existing programs as 5 and 7. So, but I mean, we've got our criteria. So as long as we're consistent in our criteria, that feels acceptable. It's just an observation.
I guess the challenge for me is that they all seem somewhat similar in the sense that there's an aspect of geographic remoteness, parents working in seasonal labor, emerging and bilingual children, and an extreme need because these communities just don't have a lot of care. So I'm having a difficult time ranking them because they all to me seem incredibly worthwhile because of those different criteria that I mentioned. So it doesn't change anything, but that just, especially for a Nistika, as Gwen was talking about, being in Rockaway and then that space in Cloverdale, that Cloverdale is incredibly geographically remote, right? And so those kids, and it's also going to be providing transportation. So I think that for me, it maybe moves it up a notch because knowing that Cloverdale is really remote and those kids don't have access to other services for the most part. So.
What would you move down? If you move Nistika up, somebody has to go down. Who would you trade it with?
I guess that's the problem, right? Is that who do you trade it with? I mean, I guess perhaps community action team, maybe. But I don't know where exactly that's located in Columbia County because then it could be another community that's also, geographically remote.
Let me pull up the application real quick.
I already, no, that's Clatskanie. I checked that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is west of St. Helens and east of Astoria, kind of right up on the Columbia Route 30, but in between remote. Did I get that right, Danielle?
Geographically remote. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm sorry. That's not helpful to make any difference in the ranking. I just wanted to point out that it's extremely difficult when people live in these incredibly remote locations to rank them fairly because, yeah.
I also would note, so that it goes in the notes to Miriam, these are amazingly high scores. So the ranking is very challenging. High need areas, close match to the priorities, high scores on their average. This may be one of the most difficult for me in terms of ranking. So I just want that noted.
It was difficult for myself as well, because I was like, I kept on flip-flopping several and going back and looking, and it was difficult. So I agree with you, Bobby, on that one.
And the number of slots that they're requesting, I know this isn't our area, and the total that are available is significant.
Meaning that they're requesting a lot more than are available. Is that, yeah, right.
Yeah, there's like a difference of 48 slots, where it seems like it's like everyone is saying it's truly a desert, an ECE desert. And they're so close, you know, it's very difficult.
So are we ready to have a motion and vote on this tough one, or what do we want to do?
I move that we go forward with the rankings as we have set forth.
I agree with that as well.
So I take that as a second, Sarah.
Oh, yes, I second that.
Okay. Will you call for the vote?
Okay. Gwen?
So sorry, trying to be in the chat box as well. So yes, let me get my list. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan,
Yes.
Carissa Palmer,
Yes.
Dia Miller,
Yes.
Jill Ramirez,
Yes.
Bobby Weber.
Yes.
Two that are not present are Renee Brandon and Robin Hill Dunbar.
Okay.
So we have 2 absent, and the rest are all yes. There are no no's, and so this passes. And I need to look. We're scheduled to keep going and do 2 more. And is everybody fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's have a conversation. Sarah, you have a conflict with Eastern Oregon, but we do have enough people. So I think, and you can participate in the conversation, you and vote, or you what kind of conflict do you want? How do you define your conflict?
I would say potential, and the only reason why is because my child had went to possibly one of the sites. I don't know if it's on here or not, but went to OCDC. So she just attended OCDC. My child did. So I don't know with that. That would be more of a potential conflict over.
Just for clarification, this is Dana. So we are going to go ahead and be looking at Eastern Oregon. This is not Polk. So Eastern Oregon is Baker, Malheur, and Wallowa. So because I know you had asked earlier, Sarah, if this was Polk County, but it's not Polk County. Tomorrow we'll be reviewing Polk County.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought that's what Bobby was asking me right now. She wanted clarification on it.
But
So you don't have a conflict of any kind for Eastern Oregon?
No, I do not.
Right. Okay, Dana, we're ready to go then.
Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and move to Eastern Oregon. As I mentioned, they cover Baker, Malheur, and Wallowa. We currently have 52 preschool promise slots there. We're looking to add an additional 75 or less, bringing it to 127 or less preschool promise slots. As far as the slots requested, we have a total of 251 slots requested. 53 slots in Baker, 194 in Malheur, and 4 in Wallowa. So we have 2 groups in this specific hub. One of them is combined with certified family childcare and registered family. The other one is larger entities like school districts, universities, and let me take a look here, and some other Head Start programs. So we do have current preschool promise providers here. So the ones located there in purple, we have quite a few also registered family who are continuing on with preschool promise. And then we have a current larger entity, which is the Malheur Education Service District. So this is kind of the data, how it's been set up. If it's okay, I'll go ahead and move to that sector plan. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty, so we have Eastern Oregon Community-Based Services Hub. Some of the priorities that they've identified is children whose families who are refugees living in Ontario, children who are Latinx in Malheur and Baker counties, children experiencing foster care, children with no parents in the workforce, children 0 to 2 whose families are at or below the 100% poverty level and who live in geographically isolated in or frontier areas. They've identified certain geographic regions such as Ontario and Malheur County where families who are refugees live and attend school. Malheur County, Ontario and Pioneer and Cairo Elementary School catchment area in the NISA School District catchment area. Baker County, this is Baker City in the Brooklyn Elementary School catchment area. And then as far as children who are experiencing foster care, is Baker County's top priority for having the highest rate of children in foster care and only 2 children being served in Head Start. Malheur County's second priority due to a significant trend upward over the past 10 years and a comparative ranking position near the bottom. Wallowa County is in third priority due to its increase for less than 5 children before 2016, and now nearly double with 9 and 2 being served at early Head Start. And then we have some other priorities. So lots of priorities here. We have Wallowa County, that's for children with no parents in the workforce. Wallowa County having the highest number of children with no parent in the workforce, and the third highest seasonally adjusted unemployment rate in the state. Baker County is the second highest number of children with no parent in the workforce and an average of 5.1 unemployment rate. And then for children 0 to 2 is Northeast Baker City in the Brooklyn Elementary School catchment area, Ontario near the Pioneer and Cairo Elementary School catchment, Bell, Nisa, and Adrian School catchment area. So as we can see, lots of catchment areas mentioned and stuff. Just as a summary, yes, from what we can graph here, you'll have access to the sector planning there, is bilingual teachers who can communicate with parents and children teaching them the academics they need to be successful in kindergarten, a safe environment, low cost and more affordable options, safe, clean, encouraging environments. They've added some additional considerations. Family childcare needs change with different seasons that they are working in. And then programs that allow parents to drop off their child while they seek unemployment. So lots of information there. I feel like I went really fast on this one. So is there any point where you want me to scroll up or down or zoom in? Okay. So let me go ahead and move to the map so we can see where some of these entities are located. So this one, for this hub, I'm gonna go ahead and have to zoom out quite a bit because they do cover a pretty, so if you look at the state of Oregon, it's the whole Eastern Oregon. So they have, so let me take a look here. So just for reference, so state of Oregon, and they cover the entire Eastern. So we can go ahead and start here. Melody's Play Care, that's in Baker City. And then we can move on up. But we do have some, let me go ahead and zoom in.
I think it'd be great, just, can you zoom out just a little bit, like just zoom out just a little bit more, sorry. Because I think while you have it at that level, it might be great for people to see, like there was a location up in Wallowa. That was, so that the most northern, that's Wallowa. And then there's that larger dot that's south of it a little bit to the west, which is the Baker City area. And then the grouping is, that'll be like Ontario, Nissa, Vale, that area, with Nissa and Vale being south. And then the dot to the east, can you check on that one? I mean, just to the west of Ontario, where are we, what community are we seeing there? That's Vale.
Vale.
Yep. There we go.
Thank you, Dana. Just gives a little perspective on where the groupings are.
Nothing south of that, right? I think it's desert.
I think you have to go through Idaho to maybe, like, from when and I know that we have some people from Eastern Oregon on the line, but I think it's really, it's very
remote.
It takes a lot of time to get into the, into Eastern Oregon and not much population.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and take us back to the workbook. So let me move us back here so we can go ahead and start with our current, our group number 1. Just a moment here, I lost my. So this is composed of certified family childcare and registered family childcare. Just a point. Yes?
Oh, maybe I missed it. Did you go over how many slots were being asked for and some of that first?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. So hold on, let me get my brain back here. So going back to Eastern Oregon, as we can see, we have quite a few registered families applying, and I want to give a little bit of context there. You know, as all of you are aware, we did change our model. So initially, you know, the funds were going to the Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub, and then they subcontracted with providers, and there are many of those who were registered families, so now they are applying with us directly. So as far as the scoring, all of those purple ones are current providers. So we'll have Little Hens Childcare and Preschool requesting 12 slots. That's a certified family childcare. They scored 263 of 275, coming in at 4.5 on their average score. Jardín Infantil Manitas Inquietas, that's 6 slots. And that is in Malheur County, 256 of 275 with a 4.8. Masterminds Preschool, 6 slots, 243. of 275 points with a 5.0. Cuevas Childcare, 12 slots, 242, 4.5. Mamas Lopez Preschool and Daycare, 207, 2.5. And then we go into some new applicants, which is Miss Melissa's Preschool, 8 slots in Baker County, 200 of the 225 with a 4.3 on the sector plan. Giggles and Grace Early Learning Center, 18 slots, certified childcare center. With that, let me take a look here. And actually, I just realized here that those two should not be there because those are actually centers. So my apologies. I just realized that. So we need to go ahead and pull this two out and have them be looked at in the other group with the center. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Actually, on 8 separate from the school district?
Yeah, they'll be separate because we've been looking at the small centers in a separate category. So they will be like a group number 1. So my apologies on that. I guess we didn't realize until we read the name there. So then, so let's go ahead and ignore the yellow one. So then if we move to the other certified family childcare, we have Epi's Little Flowers Growing and Learning, 171 of 225 with a 4.3. Melody's Place in Baker County, 150 of 225 with a 3.8. And Maria Daycare, registered family, 110 of the 225 with a 2.3. So I'm going to get this two out. I'll go ahead and let you guys start the conversation. I think, we're going to be a little backwards. So if we can just focus on the certified family and registered family while I pull these 2 yellow ones out from here.
Okay. So reflections, thoughts, potential ranking for the home-based providers. I'll note that the first 4 got high scores to, close to 90% for some of, on the first 3 of their potential and high sector scores. So the first 4,
So for ranking, I put Masterminds Preschool as number 1.
Okay.
JIMI is number 2. Little Hands number 3. Cuevas Childcare number 4. And then Epi's Little Flowers number 5. And that's all I have so far. I need to look at the rest of these other ones. I do Melody's Playcare number 6.
higher than, just maybe those are the ones you're going. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I got it.
Okay. And then Mama's Lupus 7. Maria Daycare 8.
Okay.
I'm up for discussion, definitely.
Okay. All right. Would anybody want to move any of those rankings?
No, I'm okay with those ranking.
Mhm.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I am too. So let's move on to the certified centers then.
Okay, so certified centers, I put them down here, so bear with me on this formatting. So we have two. We have Miss Melissa's Preschool, Baker County, 200 with a 4.3. And then Giggles and Grace Early Learning Center, Malheur, 200, 4.3. So their scores are identical.
How are we going to differentiate?
So do we differentiate by the number of kids in foster care, maybe like the population of kids in foster care, if that because that seems to be an incredibly huge unmet need.
Giggles and Grace also offers transportation.
Right.
Do we know
But then
about
again,
programs outreach to foster children?
I can pull up their application real quick. So let me do one.
Dana, I pulled up Giggle and Grace if you want to pull up the other one.
Okay. Giggles and Grace, I put 20.
So I can read Giggle and Grace while you're pulling that up, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay with the review team, or would you like to see it and also hear it?
Maybe see and hear if it's possible.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify,
We'll
that I don't know if one of those programs serves more foster kids than others, but I just wanted to highlight that as a key criteria.
Okay, so let me go ahead. We can go to this one first, then, since we have it on the screen. And then we have serving per populations. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to summarize here. They identify, it says the early sector plan, identify support Latinx, foster care, and no parent in the workforce. I support children who are Latinx by providing a safe and clean environment. I provide proof that I am trustworthy and safe by posting background registry, including fingerprint scan results for all parents. I recognize the benefit in being bilingual and will support my lack of Spanish by using translation services to increase communication between myself and families. I post written descriptions in both English and Spanish throughout my classroom. I also use bilingual community support organizations to ease language difficulties in my program within my classroom. I have toys that reflect a multitude of cultures and races so everyone is able to engage with items they are familiar with. I enroll and support children experiencing foster care. I provide extra support to these children by being a consistent, nurturing, and stable presence in their lives. I believe in a school family that provides the basic emotional needs so higher learning can be achieved. I'm researching helping foster children and parents deal with the trauma and behaviors often associated with the chaos experience in their lives. I use conscious discipline to provide structure and emotional support in helping students regulate their behaviors. There you go. So
This is Giggles and Grace, right?
this is excuse me. This is Melissa's Preschool.
Okay.
So I can bring up Giggles and Grace, which is applicant 514, and we'll go ahead and do the same thing just to provide that equal opportunities here. Let me take a look here. So this one, in aligning with the G&G mission and philosophy, we strive to provide a developmentally appropriate learning environment that shows value in all children and celebrates cultural and social diversity. G&G currently serves a wide range of priority populations in Eastern Oregon. The populations we serve are as defined in the December 2019 Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub and Early Learning Hub, Early Care and Education Expansion Plan, such as but not limited to refugee, Latino, and foster children. In addition, we serve families with children and or infant toddlers below the 130% federal poverty level. G&G strives to make child care in preschool affordable for families experiencing poverty, as well as gainfully employed in the workforce that need child care to attend work. The ability and opportunity to increase our capacity to serve more children and families from all walks in life. In one of our strategic goals, Malheur County, where GG is located, is approximately 33% Latino, in addition to having one of the highest foster care rates in Oregon. G&G strives to serve these populations, disparate populations, and partners with other organizations that are dedicated to refugee families, such as the Welcome Center mentioned before. So there we have it.
Didn't help us a lot.
There was no different, between the two. They're both the same.
You know, we could give them both a 1. If what we really think, you know, with matched scores and with matched text that were so close, it's hard for me to differentiate. You know, I think we have the option. We did it the first day of giving both programs a 1. That's a possibility.
I actually agree with you, Bobby. I think both of them can be a 1 as well. No difference between the two.
I agree as well.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's
Okay.
exciting. Good programs.
Yes.
You know, that's okay.
Alrighty, so we're gonna move into our, now going back up to that to the second group. We have one current preschool premise provider, Malheur Education Service District. Let me highlight the transportation for 3 sites, 54 slots. They score 222 of 275 with a 4.3 out of 5 on the sector plan. Then we have Eastern Oregon University Head Start. 1 site, 35 slots. They're in Baker County, 213 of 225 with a 5.0 on the sector plan. Oregon Child Development Coalition, OCDC, they're planning on offering transportation. Let me just highlight all of these ones. 1 site, 40 slots, Malheur County, 206 of 225 with a 4.3 of 5. Then we have Malheur County Child Development Center, 1 site, 18 slots, 178 of 225 with a 4.3. Umatilla Moro Head Start, they're offering transportation, 4 slots, Wallowa County, 173 of 225 with a 3.7 on the sector plan. And NISA School District, transportation, 1 site, 18 slots, Malheur County, 120 of 225 with a 1.8.
Since we're not here, 222 of 275 represents about 80% of their possible points. And the next one, 213 to 225 represents 95% of their possible points. You know, I don't know if it's relevant.
I I think so. Like that kind of makes me want to switch if we were to order, not that we should now, but if we were, like I would put the Eastern Oregon University Head Start first and then Malheur second, based on the sector plan and them having kind of a higher percentage.
And
Just for
then I had OC. Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
And just for clarification, second, does Malheur Education Service District or is it Malheur County Child Development Center?
I was thinking about the Eastern Oregon University Head Start. Is that where we are?
Yeah, so I put that as number 1, and then you mentioned number 2, but maybe I missed number 2.
Oh, yeah, that would be Malheur Education Service District. If we were to vote, and I don't know if we're at the voting period yet, but the question I had is like for Wallowa, which is the Umatilla Mora Head Start, it's 4 slots and the score isn't as high, but because of the need in that community, I wonder if that program gets elevated above a program that has a little bit of a higher score because of the need. And I don't know, and I guess I would like to see how the sector plan plays into that, why they have a 3.7 as opposed to a higher ranking.
Okay.
Wallowa County did appear in the sector plan. What I caught was they said there are only 8 public slots there. I don't know that it was higher need than Ontario, NISA. I don't know.
Oh, no. I don't know if the need is higher, but I just wonder because there are only like 8 slots, right, in total there. Like, and then this would fill 4 of them. Like, what in their sector plan makes them a 3.7 versus a 4.0?
Right.
Would the committee want me to bring up their application 644 and read their response to the sector plan?
That would be great. Thank you.
Let's do that. Oops. Oh, I missed it there, so just a moment. So we have conclusion. Okay, so we have the prior populations. So let me go ahead and make sure. So it says here, I mean, the question is, so it says, Wallowa County is unique in its employment and workforce as much revolves around the summer and fall months as it is a tourist destination. The small town of Wallowa struggles with many of its population that have jobs or middle income having to go to work. Those seek care and preschool in larger, more affluent communities in Wallowa County. This creates special challenges and a need to create capacity in Wallowa, the town itself, so its population can remain stable and multifaceted. With the seasonal work availability, often work opportunities are limited with the winter months, especially, and limited in general unless you are employed with the school district, the U.S. Forest Service, or work for a business that can afford to keep employment through the slower seasons. There are many possible factors contributing to the rise in children in foster care in Wallowa County. The above seasonal work and stress and strain, non-consistent income could be one of those factors. Without consistent income, stable and safe housing and resources in supporting a family is the barrier. Childcare availability and affordability is most definitely evident as a barrier, with very few registered providers available, in particular to serve infant and toddler. For families with children 3 to 5 years old, families have the opportunity for Head Start or providers that have a fee that is often unaffordable at some point in the year for families with a seasonal employment in reality or overall, not affordable. So it's a pretty lengthy description. I just want to ask, do you guys want me to keep reading? or how would you like me to proceed? I can continue.
I think it's pretty clear.
Okay. Okay, so do read the whole thing. Okay. So let me
So
see.
can I get a clarification? It would be in here, but that Umatilla Morrow Head Start runs a program in Wallowa County, and they want to add 4 slots of above income to the Head Start children. Is there some way we can verify? That's what it looks like.
That's
we
correct.
verify?
So I'm pulling up here their classroom configuration when we're asking what are you going to do with these slots, and it says it's an existing site in Wallowa. It says shifted to enhanced days, so they're extending the days so they could have 14 Head Start and 4 Preschool Promise. And with Head Start, they can probably go up to the 130% poverty level. So then bringing that additional Preschool Promise allows them to have some slots that for families who may be at or below the 200% poverty level. So it looks like this is going to be a mixed blended model here.
I don't know. I mean, Umatilla Morrow in all the hubs has gotten relatively low scores. And that hit me yesterday. I don't know if it's grant writing. I don't know why, but it is problematic that their score is relatively low and their sector score is relatively low, even though what they're proposing certainly makes sense. And Wallowa, so the 8 public slots that the sector plan refers to must be Umatilla Morrow funded. Anyway, what they told us in the sector plan was there were only 8 public slots, and they're wanting to add 4 more for Wallowa, the city of Wallowa. I don't know. I don't know how to rank it, actually, because I don't know why they're getting these low scores.
So I put for number 3, I put OCDC. Number 4, I put Malheur County Child. And then I put Umatilla Morrow Head Start as being number 5 and NISA School District number 6. But you're saying that we're wanting to know why they have a lower score for their sector, correct?
Right. I don't know why.
And their average score.
So based on what information we have, it seems like they do belong in the spot 5. But Danielle, you're raising the issue of, is there something about the dearth of services in Wallowa that should make us move their ranking, above where their scores would put them? Danielle, am I understanding what you've been sharing?
I missed some of that because the screen is frozen where I am, so I didn't hear what Bobby was saying.
Okay, I'll try and say it the same way. That would be a miracle. What I hear you sharing is a concern that even though the Umatilla Morrow scores would put them in the 5th position, that the needs of Wallowa County, because they only have 8 public slots in Wallowa, I guess. I don't know if they were, I assume they meet the city of Wallowa. Anyway, that should make us move them higher than their scores would warrant. Now, I don't mean I put words in your mouth. I want to know if I understood you.
I wanted to just at least investigate why their score on the sector plan was lower, and to see if that would be something that would move them up. But I'm okay with the charting and having them at a lower score.
How do other people feel about where we put Umatilla Moral?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Then I think we're ready to move, if somebody is ready to make a motion to accept the rankings as proposed.
I move that we accept the ranking that has been proposed.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Great. Gwen, one more time.
All right, thank you. Sarah Bartlett,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan, I'll come back to her, I think she's there. Carissa Palmer,
Yes.
Hadia Miller,
Yes.
Jill Ramirez,
Jill, we can't hear you. Abstain.
Can you say that again, Jill?
Abstain.
Jill, what was your response?
Abstain.
Okay. Thank you, Jill. And Bobby?
Yes.
And Danielle Pacifico Kogan, are you back? We were wondering if you were available to vote on this motion. She was having some connectivity issues.
I can hear you now. I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I agree.
Sorry, yeah, you
Thank
got you as affirmative, and thank you. I know you were having connectivity issues, Danielle. We wanted to give you time. And so again, Bobby, Renee and Robin are absent from the vote.
Okay. So we have 2 absent, 1 abstention, and the rest all yeses. So the motion, and no nos. So the motion passes.
Alrighty. Well, thank you all. Go ahead.
And now, are we to Blue Mountain today or tomorrow? Today, right?
Yep.
Today.
All right. Then.
So I just,
one more.
Dana, while you're getting things, oh, sorry, Bobby.
No. All I was saying is we have one
more. I just wanted to let the review committee, I think most of you had the opportunity to be independent review yourself. There are 2 questions on the serving priority populations. The first question is the applicant describes a regional plan that would support the priority populations named in the EC sector plans. And the second is the applicant describes experience serving priority populations named. So there's 2 components to it. So not sure, with all the different independent reviewers, but there are 2 components. So sometimes they might be like what I noticed, and I reviewed over 40 applications, that some people are really great at defining the priority population, but maybe not how their experience or what their approach would be to serving it. So sometimes there might have been like a high number on one of the questions and a low on the other. So it just, there seemed to be some questions around that section of the application and the reviewing. So I just want to know that it's not just one 5-point score, that there are 2 different components to that question that might have created some variance.
Okay. Alrighty. So we can go ahead and move forward with Blue Mountain. So let me take a look here. Okay, so we have Blue Mountain, and yesterday we had some opportunities with the data, which is the reason why we postponed it to today. So thank you for your flexibility and grace. One of the opportunities that we had, I want to say, is that we had a provider that was supposed to be, that we had under a different spreadsheet, so we brought them here. And then, let me take a look here. And then we also had another opportunity with Intermountain Education Service District. We have received public comment. They are a provider who are, they themselves are the Education Service District, but they are going to be working with other providers within the region. Which one is a federally recognized tribe. So they had wondered how come they were not included in that other group with federally recognized tribes. As the ELD, we go off of the actual applicant, like what is their provider type and who they are. So in this case, we will put them here along with the other group, which is the Intermountain Education Service District. Internally, the ELD, there was also some other question that was received through public comment, kind of going off of the number of slots. I want to say that they had claimed that they had requested 90 slots. Is that correct, Gwen?
Yeah, and we've cleared that up. Yep.
However, the data that we have here shows 75, and that's because on the application we go off of that the actual requested slots at the top of the application. So several ELD staff got together yesterday. We started adding the different slots in the different sites. We are coming to 75, so we are going off of the data that was presented on the application. So that's just giving you all some background on that public comment that we received regarding Intermountain Education Service District. Gwen, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add.
No, I think you covered it very well, Dana. I think just on the first question, it was the mistake that we had yesterday was Eastern Oregon University Head Start was listed twice here, and one of their applications needed to be in the Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub, and you just passed a motion on that. So you'll see that they applied in both regions, and we were seeing both of them on this one. So there was just an error there on our part. So appreciate being able to have the opportunity to correct that.
Yeah, thank you all. So those were the opportunities that we had with the data. So the data has been cleaned up and it's ready for you all. With Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub, we don't have any preschool promise slots there. So we're looking for an expansion of 150 to 250 slots. There's a total of 332 slots being requested, 241 in Umatilla and 91 in Union. So we'll go ahead and start regular, same with our groups. We have the first group. We only have one certified child care center in Umatilla. Then we go into our second group. We have 3 certified family child cares, 2 in Umatilla, 1 in Union. And then we have a third group there composed of our federally Head Start programs, Relief Nurseries, public school districts, and Education Service District. So we have a total of, let me see here, of 6 applicants in that category. So what I'll go ahead and do is just as a refresher is that we're going to go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet. No, not the spreadsheet. I apologize, the sector plan. So we can go over their sector plan and just get a little bit of information here. So just briefly summarize. So Blue Mountain, once again, they cover, let me take a look here. So some of their prior populations will be children and families living at or below the 200% federal poverty level, with some of the geographic regions as Milton, Freewater, Echo, Pilot Rock, Hermiston, within Sunset Elementary School boundaries in North Union County. Children who are learning English as their second language, that will be Milton, Freewater, Hermiston, Borman, Umatilla, and Morrow counties. Children with developmental delays and disabilities, in that they brought children with disabilities also in other prior populations are the first priority, and then Milton, Freewater, Hermiston, Borman. Children who identified as Native American, and their priorities Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Mission, and Pendleton. So some of the family preferences that we see is quality of child care provider and facility, location and transportation. Families indicated that it is a priority to have child care near their home. When children are in free preschool, transportation to child care can be a barrier. Limited English families express the safety and cleanliness of family child care homes and licensed centers as their #1 priority. Affordability, location, and transportation. So as we can see, just at a glance with the other prior populations, we're seeing, same thing, affordability, location, and transportation seem to come up here. Any questions on their sector plan before we move into the map? Okay. So what we have here is a little bit hard to see, so bear with me. So this is Blue Mountain County, so just pay attention to the blue light there. So is it, I'm sorry.
This is Blue Mountain. This is the Umatilla. This is the hub region, the Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub region, and it's the 3 counties.
Yes. So yeah, we have that there. So just go ahead and keep attention to that blue fluorescent line, as I shared with you before. So we have just different providers. I don't know if there's a certain area that you all want me to. We have LaGrange, Pendleton, Hermiston. And then we have some that are outside, kind of that link there. Is there any specific areas you guys would like me to zoom in on? I can hear you, Bobby.
I don't know where Pilot Rock is. I'm not sure anybody was going to serve it, but it was a priority area. Is it on the river? Do you know where it is?
I don't know where it's Gwen.
I'll check on that right now.
Yeah.
I'll check on that right now to make sure.
So we have.
It's just a little bit south of Pendleton on Route 395. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty. So as we can see, those are the applicants that we have in this area. So I'm going to go ahead and take us back to the workbook. And if we need to come back to the map, we can go ahead and come back. So we can go ahead and start with our first group. We only have one certified child care center here. Or I'm sorry, yeah, certified child care center. And that was 135 of 225 with a 2.8 on the ECE sector plan. So
it gets a 1, but it's not a very strong applicant. I assume, Mary. I mean, maybe we just know it's the only one, but that isn't a strong set of scores.
Okay. Then we can move to our second group, which is the Certified Family Childcare. We have Playtime Education LLC, 176 of 225 with a 4.0 on that EC sector plan alignment. They're in Umatilla County. Jamie's Daycare, the Certified Family Childcare in Union County, 166 of 225 with a 4.3. And then we have Cub House, which is Certified Family Childcare in Umatilla, 156 of 225 with a 3.2. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby, for discussion.
Anybody have comments or want to propose a ranking for these three?
For ranking, I did put Jamie Daycare as number 1, Playtime number 2, and Cup House number 3. But I am up for discussion on that.
Okay. Any thoughts on? I assume that's based on sector scores being ranked highest, followed by their total score, correct?
That is correct, Bobby.
Well, I don't know where these programs are, other than the one being proposed for one's in Union County and the other two are in Umatilla, but
So applicant 593 is in Pendleton, and I can look up the others if you're curious.
Pendleton didn't get listed in the sector plan, did it?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, it was.
At the very end,
Native American.
Native American. So
It didn't get, some of the, okay, so let's see where the others are, because some of these communities got ranked over and over. Milton Freewater, Hermiston.
So the next one, let's see, I'm in the wrong, sorry. Jamie's Daycare is in LeGrand.
It also did not get mentioned, okay.
Dana, what was the number for the last one there? Oh, you got it. Thank you.
That one right now. Cub House. So let me take a look here.
154.
Mm-hmm. Let you open it because I think my system is tired. It's not wanting to open. 154.
154. Okay, got it. Just give me 1 second. So for Cub House, we are looking at, that's the one in Ukiah. If I pronounced that correctly, I apologize. So on the map, it was the one that was really far south in the hub region. A pretty remote community. That's Ukiah. Yeah, the one down there.
Will be the one.
I don't. So where they're located is not helping differentiate because none of those three were named in the sector plan.
I think Ukiah. Can you go back to the sector plan a second, Dana?
Well, it's good.
If you could head down, but I'm not sure. Maybe I imagined something there, Bobby.
It's not mentioned for children who are.
You're right. Okay, got it.
For children. Go ahead.
Oh, my only thing was, would that help us in the ranking. And I don't think it does because they really aren't, I mean, they aren't pulled out over and over again like some of the other communities. So I think, I don't think that didn't help me change my ranking. Because it
and
wasn't,
the only thing that I want to just point out, just for the public is looking at this, that they do just mention like Umatilla and Morrow County, so it's not like a specific cities, it's just the counties for children who are learning English as their second language.
right. That the question was, would it differentiate? It wasn't, should children be served there? Children should be served there, but did it help us differentiate how to rank them? Because one was, you know, remember when we was it address? I mean, there were some communities that we said was such high need that it would affect, I forget what community it was, but it would affect our ranking. And I was hoping that we might get that kind of feedback, but I don't see it. So that's not negative on any of the programs. It's just, it's not going to help us change their ranking, or as the rankings that are based on their score. So does anybody, we've got a 1, 2, 3. Is there anybody who can, would like us to consider moving them? Okay, let's move to the big group then, and this is our last.
Alrighty, so this is our last one for the day. So we have Eastern Oregon University Head Start applying for 3 sites, 83 slots in Union County, 219 of 225 with a 5.0 on the ECE sector plan. We have Oregon Child Development Coalition, 1 site, 40 slots, Umatilla, 204 of the 225 with a 4.8. And then we have Pioneer Relief Nursery. They're offering transportation, 1 site, 18 slots, in Umatilla, 192 out of the 225, and at a 4.5 on the ECE sector plan. And then we have Athena Western School District, who is saying they're going to offer transportation, 1 site, 18 slots in Umatilla, 187 of 225 with a 4.3. And then we have Umatilla Morrow Head Start applying for 3 sites, 54 slots. Their slots will expand in 2 different counties, Umatilla and Wallowa. Average score of 156 of 225 with a 2.8 average in the ECE sector plan. Intermountain Education Service District applying for 10 different sites, 75 slots as we have on the application system there. Their 10 sites will expand in 3 different county areas, which is Umatilla, Morrow, and Union. 139 of 225 with a 3.5 on the ECE sector plan. So I'll turn it over to you, Bobby, and start discussion.
Okay, so reflections, observations, possible rankings.
So with this, I just did a brisk, with this one, I did do ranking for them. So with it, I had Eastern Oregon University as number 1, OCDC as number 2, Pioneer Relief Nursery as number 3, Athena Western School number 4, Intermountain Education number 5, and Umatilla Morrow Head Start as number 6.
Okay.
Okay, let's discuss those rankings. Anybody want to move somebody from one spot to another? Okay. This is sounding like we are in agreement on this ranking. So maybe, or it could be total exhaustion. And so we just are quiet while we try and get the energy, but
And Bobby, if anyone wants information on these, some of these have multiple sites, many sites. If you want information, I do have information on the actual communities in which those services are being proposed. If that's important, but it's out any. I didn't want to prolong this conversation. I just wanted to let you know if that was information that was beneficial to any of the committee members. It's available.
I was just looking through some of the applications to see who exactly had responded to the Umatilla tribes, and just seeing if I could pull that up. I wasn't falling asleep. I was trying to read, but hadn't gotten to that.
Yeah, so I think the Intermountain Education Service District, as we mentioned earlier, their plan is to, at their site, in one of their Pendleton sites, is to actually subcontract with the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla for services there. And I can quickly look to see, I believe that potentially in Umatilla Morrow Head Start, I can look in that one in 318 and double check there as well.
So, Jill, are you thinking that that might move? They're currently proposed at a 5. Are you thinking that currently might move them because of the high needs of the reservation families?
I'm just thinking that I guess, yes, I was just thinking it might help us in making our decision, because that is something that is proposed or stated on the sector plan that is of great importance to them. So I think we should consider, those programs that are at least addressing those populations.
Looking at applicant 318, serving priority populations, like I said, it was the other one, it calls out families, certain income levels, and a blended approach, children with disabilities, serving agricultural workers or other full-time work needs, and then dual language models. But I do not see called out specifically in the serving priority population children members of tribal nations.
And did you look at 276 as well? Did you say?
You can bring it up here.
We know that because they want to subcontract with the tribe.
Okay, so that was, okay.
276 does.
Is that Intermountain? Yeah.
Right, okay.
But the others may too, but I don't know. Eastern Oregon University, OCDC, Pioneer Relief Nursery, and Athena. I don't know if any of them are reaching out to the tribe.
I'm sorry, I thought you were just
Oh,
thinking about those, the 6 and 5.
Yeah. Then we can quickly open up on the screen their application. So this is, what did I just open? This will be Eastern Oregon University Head Start. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and scroll down to their sector plan, see if there's mention there.
I didn't see it. I looked in that one. I didn't see it.
I don't see it there.
I didn't see it.
You can go ahead.
I do not see, yeah, Dana, I pulled up applicant number 435, and they do not indicate, they do not specifically indicate, they said the following is their plan to support the EP sector plan, provide dual language model, strive to be culturally sensitive and inclusive to each child and family, provide all materials in English and Spanish, hire bilingual staff, welcome children's primary culture into the classroom, create adaptive environments, a mention of DHS, foster, McKinley Vento, and ensure children with mental health and or disability services are connected to services. So they do not specifically call out the tribes.
Okay. So we've looked at all of them and only one has, is that what we're saying?
Dana here, no, because I just opened up the Pioneer Relief Nursery. And what they have here, I mean, it is a large paragraph here, but what they put is a final target population identify in the BMELH sector plan as children who identify as Native American. The city of Pendleton is in an immediate proximity to the city of Mission and the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Pioneer Relief Nursery has collaborated with the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation to provide culturally responsive intervention services for families who identify as Native American and are interested in services with our program. Pioneer Relief Nursery recognized the negative implications of adverse childhood experiences. So that's, while not yet fully recognized ACE, historical and social cultural trauma has been shown to have a significant impact on continued generations. Individuals who identify as Native Americans are members of a population who experience significant historical trauma, and studies suggest the negative implications of this trauma. With this in mind, Pioneer Relief Nursery continues to focus efforts on the partnerships with Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, including prioritization of a CTUIR member of our board of directors. So
have we looked at Athena Weston School District? I mean, that's the only one that in my we don't know. So we have two who targeting that I caught. Intermountain and Pioneer Relief Nursery are both clearly targeting Native American children and families. So, and I don't know anything. I don't even know where Athena Weston is.
So I pull up Athena, so it's on the screen. So let's take a look here. So it says according to the sector plan, so they identify all the populations, including children who are identified as Native American. And then it said through community forums and surveys, Athena Western School District has identified another prior population, children in foster care. We have many children experiencing changes in family structure. Let me see if I can get to how they're going to Sure, so probably need some help here with the reading. So they identify it. And then it says the identified priority populations will be supported through free, high-quality preschool program that works not only with the children, but with the parents as well. The strong partnerships with the Early Learning Hub and staff, the Tribal Education Liaison, Early Intervention, Early Childhood Special Education will help ensure we are serving our focused populations with focused intention. Preschool staff will attend professional development with a focus of childhood trauma, strategies for children with special needs, as well as children learning English as a second language. The classroom environment will reflect the importance and celebration of their diversity through materials, learning walls, and staff awareness. Lessons will be built to serve children and abilities, and so on.
And Bobby, to your question, the Athena Weston School District is north and slightly east of Pendleton, kind of midway between Pendleton and Milton Freewater.
So we have then 2 programs highly targeting Native Americans, and we have a third one that is taking it into consideration. They didn't have the same kind of narrow focus on them that was described by the Relief Nursery and the ESD. So the question I think for the group is, given the priority for this population, does anyone want to recommend moving ratings based on targeting the Umatilla Native American children and families? Should I take the silence as we like these rankings and we just make a note for Miriam that we were impressed with the ESD and the Relief Nursery focusing on the Umatilla children and families, and just leave it as a note? Because I'm not hearing anybody recommending that we change the ranking. Does that capture where the group is? I know you're.
I like that idea, Bobby. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. Then does somebody want to move to make a motion that we accept the ratings as proposed?
I move that we accept the ratings as proposed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Win our last vote of the day.
Well, Hadiz made the motion, and then Sarah seconded it. And just for order, because that's my job in some ways, I think it's open to discussion unless before you move to a vote. So we're almost there.
What? I will in a second.
Okay. Now Quinn. Thank you.
Okay. So, final vote of the day, Sarah Bartlett.
Are we voting right now?
Yes, we are.
My apologies, child. I say yes. Thank you.
Danielle Pacifico-Kogan,
Yes.
Krista Palmer,
Yes.
Gia Miller,
Yes.
Jill Ramirez,
Abstain.
Bobby Weber,
Yes.
I note that Renee Brandon and Robin Hill Dunbar are absent from the vote.
Okay. So the vote is 1 abstention, 2 absent, and the rest are yes. So we have no votes, and the motion passes. And we turn it over to Dana for next steps.
Alrighty, well, next steps is we're all done for today. Thank you so very much. I know today was quite the undertaking, just finishing, just even doing 2 of our biggest hubs like Multnomah and Washington County, but we really just appreciate your commitment and dedication to staying and just sticking it through the day. Tomorrow we have a couple more hubs that we need to go ahead and do. We have, I want to say, like 5 hubs, and then we'll be looking at our fiscal agent. As I mentioned before, within our preschool promise funding source and RFA, we also had a request for our fiscal agents, so we'll be doing that as a close out tomorrow. So same process. We're going to go ahead and send you some documents later on today for you to go ahead and prep for tomorrow. Just getting you out like the workbooks for tomorrow, some information on the fiscal agent, and then we'll be ready to go ahead and start the day tomorrow morning. So if there's any scheduling conflicts, Kelly's been keeping track of that. So, I mean, we want to be as flexible as possible, and then we know it's Friday. So we will go ahead and try to be as as consistent and as concise as we go through, but we really appreciate it. I think today will definitely give us a really nice framework for tomorrow as far as how do we move through some of this bigger hubs, what are some of the nuances with the small ones and stuff. But thank you. We're all done for today. Thank you.
Great.
You.
So I'd like to public that we appreciate you being here as part of the process, and welcome written comments to Angela Stinson. And you can find her on, you can do this via the website or send it directly to her. And I think that's it. So thank you, everybody. This was a hard day. So thank you.
All right,
See you in the
bye-bye.
morning.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, committee.
Bye,
Thank you,
have a
everyone.
good evening. See you tomorrow.
Bye.